And we're live.
All right.
Yippee!
Yippee! Sorry,
Hooray.
everyone. We're here.
I'm going to Diablerize the internet. That's the only
Hey,
way.
you know what?
It's the only way to fix it.
Sometimes that's what you gotta do. So, we are...
we did an intro over on my channel, everyone. It was the
Yeah.
best, literally the best 5 minutes of of any intro that has ever happened on anything ever. But now we're doing a recap. So, Elle, take it away.
Yes, so we're on Ambrose's fuck-ass island. The Falkirk Triangle is hanging out above it, even though we're in the goddamn lakes. Everything is fucky forever, and there are goblin roads in the water. And we're trying to get some guys from Ambrose for a fight, and Ambrose is like, "Oh, you need to meet the foot soldiers. Solve my riddles 3 to get your guys. Fuck you." And so Ashley's Ambrose challenge was to fight a Resident Evil boss. And it has horrible tentacles that stabbed her in the shoulder, which was very rude and incredibly uncalled for.
That was rude.
I thought it was more of a
That was
Bloodborne
really
or Dark
fucking
Souls
rude.
boss. But
That's fair. I've just been on a Resi. Like, Resi's in my mind. Okay,
who you telling? The guy who's been playing Resident Evil games exclusively for the last month? Yeah.
That's fair, yeah.
5 is done, by the way. We're on to 6.
Oh, thank God I can watch it again.
Press X to punch boulders and to continue the recap.
Okay, so Ashley's challenge was fighting horrible fuck-ass monster man who stabbed her in the shoulder, but she killed it because she's the best and she's so cool, and she killed it with its own weapon because she's the best and she's so cool. Sasha's challenge is going on concurrently. She has to kill a sniper before the sniper kills her. There was a booby trapdoor that exploded in her face, which was very rude.
What?
But
it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. So she got locked in a fight with the sniper. Other dudes showed up to kick the shit out of Sasha because,
They tried.
The exact phrasing in my notes is Sasha gets Scooby-Doo trapdoored and gets attacked by evil cat-like servitors.
I had them as a snack.
Yes, and then Sasha ate them as a snack.
Look, man, fighting dudes makes her hungry.
Meanwhile,
yeah, she hungered frenzied a bit.
Yeah,
she
hunger frenzied and went a little bonkers, but it's okay, and we forgive her. Actually, she never did anything wrong, and I don't know what you're talking about. So, Jaq's challenge is also concurrent. Jaq has to go and steal some nebulous thing. So Jaq enters Ambrose's main fuck room, which is what it's written down in my notes. It is written as the main fuck room in all caps. So they grab a makeup style compact, and then they also grab a mahogany stake with an effigy carved into it that's kind of alien and misshapen. There are exposed ribs, and it's kind of emaciated. There's a band of Gaelic around it, but Jaq can't read Gaelic. And so they just stole the stake because they figured that's what I'm looking for. And then they did a bunch of illusion shit so they could get away without being seen, including an illusion of them and an illusion of a scary, scary cat. And then they floated down like a delicate little feather. Meanwhile, it's Rory time. Rory has to fight a bunch of mirrors, and then the mirrors reveal Bob Barker, and Bob Barker is like, "Hey, asshole, let me in." And Ambrose is like, "Oh, that's interesting." And his lackey goes, "That's not what you planned." And Ambrose is like, "Shut up, this is fun." So Bob's like, "Come on, Rory, it's time to collect. Let's go."
And then the
Rory's
two
like,
Rorys
"Fuck
made
you."
out.
Yeah, and then the two Rorys made out with tongue, and then Rory went, "Fuck you," and Bob went, "Fuck me yourself, coward." And then he turned into Dark Rory with an iron t-shirt. And then I have in my notes, Rory is special with a little smiley face.
He's so
Which
special.
I think is just what Bob said to Rory, but I wanted to include the detail.
As
There are a
usual.
bunch of variants of Rory in different mirrors. Rory is like, "I'm not taking your offer, Bob." Bob's like, "I'm going to offer it to another person, somebody in your coterie." And Rory's like, "I'll burn the coterie." And Bob's like, "Whoa."
Damn, that sucks.
Yeah, that sucks. Also, there are people going missing down a well, which is something that Ashley learns from the girl that she is drinking from. Go off, Ashley. Get your victory dinner. Some say it's a portal, some say it's a prison for something, but nothing is involved and might be where the well leads. What the hell is going on with the
Part out loud.
Yes, you did say that part out loud, and so did the girl, so it's in my notes, baby.
Yeah, baby.
I remember.
So Jaq creates first an illusion of themselves in the crowd because they have 10-step plans, and then they create an illusion of a woman that one of the Rory variants was talking about, Constant Rory, for those who are curious. And Constant Rory decides to fight alongside our Rory against the other two Rory variants. The mirror in Jack's pocket gets cold, follows their blood, and they are transported to a pond that they once went to with their best friend. They were about 10. Statty shows up, the Static Man, for those who are unaware of Statty's true name. And Statty is like, "Hey, Ashley, there's fresh meat." And Ashley's like, "Fuck you, I'm stabbing myself in my shoulder wound. Get back here, asshole." And the Static Man shows up in Jack's head and is like, "Hey, I deal in stories." And Jack's like, "Oh, hell yeah, so do I. Let's go."
Let's be for fucking real. Not just any type of stab. Stab
Yeah.
with a Fey blade.
Stab with a Fey blade in the shoulder wound. Then there's a scream like a fox. Ambrose leans back, both arms behind the head, chewing on a thought. Ashley stabbing herself with the Fey blade to get Statty back over here and away from the character who will most definitely make a deal with Statty.
Yep. That's both in and out of character.
Yes. Out of character, I want to make a deal with
We
Statty.
call that bleed, I think.
Yeah, that's called bleed in the
One already had.
Jack wants to make a deal with
Yeah, I
Statty
love
because
flipping it.
Jack genuinely trusts that those around them have good intentions, despite all evidence to the contrary.
How have you made?
Mostly Dr. Trom. This is the first time they're out on their own.
Michael keeps dropping, and then Meth is breaking up.
Yeah.
It's
See, I thought it was.
Yeah,
me
no, that was
kept
a
dropping,
pretty good
but
recap of last session. Pretty good.
I heard everything else said perfectly and clearly.
fantastic.
So I just assumed.
I think that
Like, I don't know what's
covers
going on here.
most of things.
That was a thorough
What is
recap
happening?
there.
We had a lot that happened.
We
There
have
was
a,
a
No,
lot
I don't have
happened.
math. Like,
Now neither.
Meth's internet
neither do the rest.
issues have bled
Fey
over
blade.
to the West Coast and are now infecting Michael.
That's pretty
No. Okay. We're good.
Am
I have an
am
unknown.
I
I
like?
have
Coming
an,
back.
So my
invisible
latency doesn't
unknown
look
user.
great.
Here he comes.
Hear it here.
All right.
Do I sound horrible to y'all, or can I
You
start?
sound
No,
like a
you're good.
dude to
That's
me.
fine to
Like,
me.
you just sound like a guy.
Okay, otherwise I'll just sit here swirling.
You
this,
just sound
this-
like a
this
guy.
fine,
Yeah.
glass of
Feels
Cabernet.
like a man.
You sound
I'm a
blessed.
little insulted by that. I thought I sounded a little bit.
Okay.
He sounds
Yeah.
like a man.
Recap's good. I think we
What
finished.
man? Man with power.
A Batman.
What power? Or
Hmm.
So we find ourselves in the.
Mm.
What did I do this time?
Nothing. We're waiting for you to keep going.
So you're wearing
this-
a pretty apt or appropriate casting fireball shirt. I'm wearing also appropriate for folks about to get Diablerized.
Ooh.
Mm.
I'm so paranoid that no one can hear me.
I can
I'm
hear you.
catching
fine.
like only part of it.
Must just be on a huge delay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
I'm gonna refresh real quick. And what was your favorite part of the recap while I refresh?
There was a lot of murder in that recap and bad decisions.
Yeah.
Did we
It's pretty good,
mention
it's pretty
Ghost
good.
Sasha in the recap that Jaq put out there?
Yeah, I did briefly mention the fact that Jaq did an illusion with Ghost Sasha to get Constant Rory on Rory's side, and that is what triggered Statty Time.
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
I'm like,
but
oh my
nobody can
God.
call Jaq out on it because they have a different illusion of Illusion Jack hanging out in the crowd, and they are in.
They are so lucky. Sasha's kind of busy right now because she did not
Hey,
consent to
I'm
being
the only
cloned.
one who
Yeah,
might have noticed it, and
nobody
I
else.
think I was busy.
No,
So
so it's the
No,
thing.
but they are.
My illusions, only the chosen people can see them, and only Constant Rory could
Oh, yeah,
see
there you go.
Ghost Sasha. So yeah, nobody else
Yeah.
would know.
but like,
Nobody
I'm the only one like in the area. Like Sasha's on the other side of the island.
No, it's very important. So I mean, even if Sasha was there, there's not shit she could do about it because she wouldn't see it.
Yep.
Jaq also doesn't know that it's Ghost Sasha. Constant Rory was just talking about like the girl who he's trying to find. And Jaq was like, "Oh, that's enough description for me to make a vague ghost-shaped blob."
Vague feminine outline.
Ooh. I mean, it's all about like what they want to see, so you know, they'll fill in the details.
I mean, yeah.
Is he back
That
yet?
was-
And I just don't have him, or
I do not see him.
He's not back yet.
okay,
Give him a minute.
all right.
I mean, that's
Because it wouldn't. Wait, here we go. All right, there
okay.
he
He
is.
just got back. Okay.
Hi, buddy.
We can hear you.
Stilted and yeah,
Yeah.
You're fine now, though.
seems good now. Right.
Hold one. Hold one.
Hold.
Hold.
What are we holding?
Mep's not showing up on the thing.
Get his solo.
On the
It may
screen?
his, wait. His
That's what I'm
solo link
doing.
might be different. It's okay. Just give it a
There we
second,
go.
dude. She's just fixing the solo link. It's good.
But nobody could hear him, so that's why. That's why I was like, hold.
Okay.
Mm. There you
All
go.
right. Technical difficulties upon technical difficulties. Honestly, it's not unlike the life of Kindred. They just want one thing, just one thing. Immortality, maybe, or for a night to never end with a stranger that they've just fallen in, just intensely enamored with, right? Look at that. Terrible segue
Or if
there.
you're D-Wayne, working
But,
internet.
yeah. Tonight, Rory Teague finds himself
Rory.
face to face
Rory.
to face to face to face with a new kind of challenge. There are 4 Rorys on this Coliseum floor. There's sort of like
Do we
a
have?
sort of like a little bit of a standoff. Rory Prime, as we'll call him, finds himself back to back with the Rory from a world that doesn't have vampires at all, Kindred at all. a mage version of Rory, full-blown mage with an avatar and quintessence and everything that goes along with it. Yes, paradox too. We might get into that a little bit later. So those two find themselves back to back with other variants of Rory sort of on either side, right? So that it's sort of a one-on-one type situation, right? Versions of Rory that have indulged. One version of Rory that indulged the teachings of Robert. Another version of Rory that lost
He's in the
something
ska
early
band.
on. No, not that evil. Another version of Rory that lost something early on and never got it back. That's the most haggard looking of the Rorys we find ourselves facing down. More gaunt than the others. Wearing sort of dirty cargo pants and a pair of, like very utilitarian boots. Whimsical T-shirts have been replaced with, like some sort of like stained undershirt with, dark patches of. You hope it's not blood, but you know it is. And an overcoat that almost drapes from him like curtains. Being Rory yourself, that he's probably got a lot hidden in the folds of that jacket. The Rory.
So are we retconning out Gerard Butler and replacing him with emo
That
Rory?
was that was never. That was
Okay.
Gerard
sure.
Butler
We're
does not
joking about
deserve
Gerard
rights.
Butler, and I just kept rolling with it. But
Well, I mean, it was the other person I inhabited in the alternate reality. So
yeah, but that wasn't Rory, strictly speaking.
That's true.
So.
That
Rory
was a
was
different
the
person entirely.
demon.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is just another version of you. I thought I'd get a little more poetic with it between sessions. I'm like, you know what?
Fair
Let's
enough.
go with the possibilities. Let's go
just clarificating.
So we'll call this one Lost Rory. And obviously we have Dark Rory.
Lori?
The one that you're, if you wish.
There's Dory and Lori.
And then
Dory,
we have
Lori,
Dark
and
Rory.
Constant Rory.
You are not the father, right? The Rory you're facing down, then of course is Dark Rory. This one's the most like you in appearance, like most similar, like would have maintained a similar diet, similar like regiment of ritual, and yeah, I know tacos, man. I shouldn't say would have maintained a similar diet. That's completely wrong. That is totally wrong for a kindred. He absolutely did not maintain the same diet. He cannot eat Taco Bell, and he hates you all the more for the fact that you can. He knows you can. He can smell it on you in addition to all the blood sorcery, and he hates you even more. No, this is
There's
the
a
Rory.
burrito in one of these pockets.
This Rory is the one that Leland talked about, right? This Rory is the one that you dreamt about. This is the one that kind of haunts your dreams the most. Again, he's the one dressed the most similar to you. The whimsical t-shirt's been replaced by a more practical like v-neck, of like a nice sort of breathable fabric, like a not quite an Under Armour. I don't know, like what people wear that can afford really expensive clothes, but
Over Armor.
Sure. I was thinking like some sort of like Gucci V-neck, silk shirt or something like that, right? No goatee, because unless Rory Prime has a goatee, because when you're embraced, your facial hair pretty much always resets to what it was when you were embraced.
Well, see, Charles made an interesting point earlier. Like, if this is mirror universe Rory, he has to have a goatee. It's mirror rules.
No, we're not doing South Park rules here for my horror game. I'm sorry.
It is Star
What
Trek.
about
That's
rules.
South Park
Do you?
rules. Star Trek rules.
Fine. Dark Rory has a goatee. He happened to have a goatee. He happened to get embraced like one day before, and maybe that was the difference between you and him, right? That one night extra as a vampire, that one different perspective. That was just, you happened to have shaved the goatee the next day,
Exactly.
right?
One day, you never know what kind of a difference it'll make.
Yeah, if I got embraced right now, I'd be really upset. I've got like what I call my squirrel beard going on right now. It's terrible. I haven't shaved in a long time. It's the worst version of my facial hair. Not quite a goatee, not quite a chin strip. It's bad. If I could, I would electrolysis it all off. It's just no hair ever on my face, except for my goatee. But yeah, this is the darkest version of you. He, like you, kind of like a little bit more of a panache, but he goes ahead and he summons a blade into his hand, and to do it, he actually takes a elongated like pinky nail and that's got like some like a armor on it, right? Like Under Armor, or not Under Armor, figure armor type thing on it. It's got like a blade on it. It helps with his rituals. Kind of jabs it into his palm and presses hard so the blood flows freely, and he flings it, and the blood arches across the air, and he sort of grabs onto it, and it becomes tangible. It becomes tangible. It becomes a physical blade, and it sort of takes this rough, serrated shape of like a khopesh, a blade intended to chop people's heads off. I have dream. To bring my Chicago accent on deck here. I'm sorry. I have dreams about you.
I gotta find same.
I'd say I
Knew
hate
you were
you.
out there.
I figured it was just dreams. I'd say I hate you, but pity's more the word.
Pity. Right. You would say that.
You're about to let it all slip between your burrito grease fingers, eh, cousin?
You never
Let me
had
show you
anything to lose.
Debatable. But let me show you what you'd learn if you stayed in school. As Rory Prime, you will get to go first in initiative. that's Rory Prime rules. It's so like the prime entity of like converging and diverging realities such as this. This is the prime material, primary plane. Why is this the primary plane? Because it's where we're telling the story from, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So you will get to go first. The other three will be rolling amongst themselves, and to simplify it, since they all have the exact same stats, I'm just going to roll a 1d10 for each of them.
Shit.
Oh, hello, Raiders. We have Raiders. Hi, friends. We are playing some Vampire the Masquerade. Our little guy Rory is currently fighting other Rorys and maybe allied with one of the Rorys. There's a lot of Rorys. Also, Vampire Jeff Goldblum is here, so if you want to hear him talk, stick around.
Knockoff Vampire Jeff Goldblum.
I would love to see Jeff Goldblum play. It's like when Nicolas Cage played like a knockoff Nicolas Cage. I would love to see Jeff Goldblum do that.
That would be very fun.
Yeah. So, as you, I'm going to give you time to contemplate your first action because it's going to be a very important one. And while you do that, we're going to go ahead and I want to check in on some narrative stuff first because we got some combat. We'll get to Anne and the violence that is about to ensue. We've got to edge it just a little bit longer, Anne. I'm sorry. You did get to murder like 3 people before, but first, Ashley Dame was in the spa. She's having a nice little like spa day after her bout in the Coliseum, right?
She's got it. She's doing a post soak, you know.
Yeah, with some buxom blood dolls, right? You know, or whatever it is.
Maybe getting some info.
Right. And you had. When did you stab yourself with this dagger? Are you just pulling it out of your your wound? Was this a while? Like I need just kind of a reset of the scene. If you
as
please.
soon as the static man kind of walked away, that's when she would have kind of like pulled the chain by stabbing herself / him with the Fey blade. And
so you're still in this
she's full on naked, leaning over, getting her stiletto and like stab. Titties out for the world.
Good for her.
You hear a mirror. It's completely like distinct. Like you hear a mirror crack and shatter. You look around and like there would not be mirrors around here. See, legally distinct from Jeff Goldblum, the vampire, Ambrose is smart. He knows people feel insecure around mirrors. And in order to help people really achieve their best self for the festivities and whatever rituals they might partake in, he would definitely not have mirrors around unless they're not necessary for the ritual. So you're not certain where this noise came from. It's this sort of like distant, and it, not to put too fine a point on it, it exactly happens as you stab yourself.
She's going to pull the dagger out and kind of like, not out loud, but in her mind says to kind of the ether, probably static man, get your ass back here.
You hear a familiar chuckle, a wispy cracking thing like embers from a dying fire, right? Just I'm afraid you don't know how this works. You invited me here.
And she's gonna look at the
And
blade again.
now another has invited me.
Hmm. She's gonna stab herself again in the wound.
You hear the mirror cracking again. At this
Do you really
point,
wanna
you
push
have
your luck?
inflicted 2 points of ag to yourself. This
More?
is unlike. Oh, you've already taken 2, right?
Yeah. 2 more?
One more.
One more?
One more. It's already like in, like you've broken through the exterior now. Like this pain is unlike any you've ever felt. The closest, thing a kindred would have on the scale is fire, right? Maybe sunlight. It's like the sun, but instead of burning, it's ripping you away.
Do you want to test your fucking luck?
You want to test your endurance?
You know, I could easily make a mention to the man of the island about what you are, who you, or whatever you work for, or praise, or is in control of you.
I fear you continue to labor under a misunderstanding about what I am, Miss Dame. I am.
What you are is a burden and an annoyance. I was hoping you would have been a good ally. But really, you're just an annoying little gnat in my ear. She goes to like clean off the blade and put it back in her holster, gets out of the spa, and gets dressed kind of methodically, just like not putting too much effort into it, just not drying off, just kind of getting out of the getting out of the pool and putting on dry clothes. It's a pain in the ass, but you're just like, okay, I'll do this.
Right.
And is gonna go to Ambrose.
Begin heading to Ambrose, we'll say.
Yeah.
So Jaq sort of ended, and we'll say, on this ideal in stories line. Jaq also hears this mirror shattering somewhere. You look around for a mirror, but
They glance at the mirror that is in their pockets.
ooh. You'll note it has a crack through the middle of it.
Oh.
I don't recall if you opened it before, but you can tell, like, if you've ever, like, you can tell, like, the way, like, glass settles and stuff like that, the way the crack actually dulls around the edge and stuff, whether it's a new or old crack.
Yeah.
There's a brand new crack in it.
Okay.
And it's sort of like, like a little lightning bolt, right? It's just jagged its way up and crack the mirror into. It started out sort of I guess you wouldn't have any way of knowing it, but by this time it's made its way all the way through. The mirror is in half. You are looking into it yourself?
Yes.
I'd imagine, right? Because you're looking at the mirror.
Yes. It would make
You know,
no
you can
sense
do
for
one of
Jack
those
to
where
be
you kind of
like,
hold it
oh,
sideways and you inspect it with, like you know, like it's like you know, you could check your phone with it, kind of having it without coming
yeah.
straight face to face. But so it's one of those like it does come face to face with you. Okay, excellent.
Yeah, Jack needs to investigate it, so easiest way to do that is face to face.
On one half of it. All right. On one half of it, you see yourself, as you should be. However, one looks sort of as though someone has, taken a pen to a photograph and scribbled it over and over and over again until the eye has, been scribbled out. Where like you can see the sort of white paper part and everything like that. Or as if someone's taken like an X-Acto knife and just torn back and forth to scribble out the eye. And in real time, you see this scribble mark sort of reconfigure itself over your eye as if you are in a photograph and someone is actively, scribbling out your eye.
No,
Like an X, would be an angry X, would scribble out the eyes or something like that, or a serial killer and a bad daytime, that real in front of you. And you can kind of hear distantly this sort of white noise static. Now, for some of you in the audience, the Zoomers and perhaps Gen Alpha, there are CRT TVs, and they're analog. And if you didn't get the channel, you would get static, and it had a pretty distinct noise to it. The TV would look like ants were fighting, right? That's the kind of noise Jack hears right now.
Now that is interesting.
The other half is a pallid, gray-faced individual. His skin looks as though it's been stretched over bone like a mask. His eye is obscured in shadow from the brim of a hat that sort of, extends out of the frame that you can't see where it goes. It's a really tall, like sort of stovepipe kind of hat, ragged sort of thing, and his skin's grayed a little bit, and his smile that he has just clings and stretches a little too far along his cheek and comes a little bit too much to a point. The teeth that are showing are a little too long. And yet, physically speaking, they all seem to fit in the right dimensions. Some sort of optical illusion or trick of the brain. You kind of blink your eyes to, were his teeth too long? Was his grin too wide? Is his skin too gray?
Well, hey there, friend. You another brigand?
I find myself you'll have to forgive me. I found myself really falling to pieces.
That's all right. Happens to the best and the worst of us, no?
I've been broken into a time or two, or 3 or 4, but this one was special. But now you have my complete, undivided attention.
Well, I feel very honored. Got me blushing like a schoolgirl. Now, Mamma Mia, what is it that I can do for you? What exactly are you?
As I said, I am a being of tales, stories, legends, myths. Some cautionary and others whispers of more levity. Honestly, what I am is not easy to put into words. What I am is beyond your world. Something that the best of your kind, well, not a lot of your kind, actually. Many have tried to define me and don't have the vocabulary.
I can relate to that.
Are limited. Let me show you what I am.
All right. Go ahead and show me, Monsieur Grimm.
Wow, just that. All right.
One of Jack's
You
defining
met
traits is that they're curious.
Ashley, you hear
God damn it.
Ashley, you hear us screaming both in your head and rattling your eardrums simultaneously.
You're right,
And you hear a
Charles.
static buzzing.
Jack is incredibly easy, unfortunately.
That peripheral presence, the static man sort of looms and lurks off to the side of you. Initially, you only kind of feel like you can see part of him. I mean, you can always, but no, initially it's you never kind of really see the full of him, this being that lurks in the peripheral vision perpetually, right? What great consonants there, by the way. This is different. It's as though he's been sheared in half initially, and then the rest of him's there after
you
a
can't go,
moment.
can you? Not
And
completely.
places a hand on your shoulder. I'm afraid that singularity is a concept of your world, not mine.
She's gonna
And
hold the hand with the non-messed up arm. Grip it.
Mhm.
And using some of her celerity, grab the dagger and try to stab backwards without looking at him.
And so this is one of the classic cuts in film, right? Like an action cut where we follow your arm doing an action attack, and that sort of like goes into like I don't know,
The battle.
Sasha, yeah,
with
Sasha,
Sasha.
and Sasha and what was her name? Cheryl.
Yes, because I asked the spelling of it.
Mm-hmm. Sasha, Cheryl, you have your stare down moment. She already kind of mentioned, but we can treat every episode like it's somebody's first. So
I'm Daddy's favorite. No, I'm Daddy's favorite.
fuck you, I'm daddy's
Shut up!
favorite.
Shut up! That is a very real sibling rivalry vibe. Okay, like don't.
So I
This
saw a
is
note.
serious.
I was just quoting the conversation you had with her.
So I saw a note
More
here.
like
Ashley gets the
paraphrasing.
text
Fucking hell.
message of a video, and I'm like, what text message was I gonna? I'm like, oh, that's a really old note from. Oh no, we're past that. Okay, sorry.
You're
No, like,
still way past that. She already got that video, unless you meant
Yeah.
another one.
I guess I gotta reset that.
That's so funny.
But Rory's
Oh yeah, no,
OnlyFans?
I'm fucking this bitch up.
Okay.
She's threatening my favorite daughter status. Let's go.
So you will be rolling for initiative with her, on account of this. Just feels, thematically, you have to
Are
become
we evenly
composure
matched in
awareness.
celerity?
Composure awareness, please.
Okay, so my celerity doesn't give me an edge.
If you tie, it will. Tie will go to the person with the higher celerity.
Let's see. What do we got here?
Oh damn!
Jesus. Composure. What was it? Composure.
Composure awareness.
Oh, this is not going to end well for me. Wait, how much? No 100
You
dice in there?
could opt to do dexterity composure if you're going for more of like a quick draw type thing.
That's only going to help me a little bit, but yeah, okay.
But then she gets her dexterity too, and so
no
very
hunger dice.
not really relevant to initiative checks in my
Okay.
opinion.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I got 0 successes.
Whew. All right. So she goes first. So
Real
that
quick.
arm we were
Yeah.
following for our cut from Ashley trying to like judo flip stab somebody is going to actually be Cheryl's arm, as she drops an obsidian bladed like sort of like Bowie knife looking thing. It's not as like refined on account of being made out of obsidian, and obsidian doesn't exactly thin really well. So, but she pulls it down out of like her bandolier, and that's the kind of motion we follow, right? It's Ashley went up here and she pulls this knife down, and she's going to go to plunge it in your heart as though it were a stake. This is in her case, this is a melee. She's coming at you. I'm pulling no punches. You got to keep the favorite. You've been gone for a while to be the favorite daughter. You're going to have to prove it. You're starting to
challenge accepted.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get real fucked up, but it's great. I'm already real fucked up. Fine. Do I get to at least defend or do something about this?
Yeah. Of course.
Okay.
So, like, you could dodge out of the way or whatever. Yeah, no, you don't get any defense check in combat ever. No, it's a standard thing. Like, you can oppose it with a like a brawl or a melee of your own, essentially.
Great. Does anybody remember what I did?
What do you need
Does
to remember?
anyone remember what I did if I activated the thing? Because I feel like I must have activated my
which
thing
thing?
previously.
Which thing?
If I activated my
Your crazy
activated-
celerity, it was
Hold
active.
on.
Yes.
Yes, you were. Yeah, that was active.
Yeah. So
Okay.
she has to beat
Well, I'm
like
still gonna
4 or
attempt to
5 even before you make your dodge roll.
No,
Yeah.
she has to make it. She has to do at least 5 or
Yeah.
5 damage.
Successes.
Yeah, my blood momentum is up. Yeah, 5 successes.
Third line's good go.
Sorry, what was it? Wow, brain. Athletics? What is it?
So you're looking at either athletics if you were to dodge, brawl if you were to like, be unarmed and like, sort of like block the forearm with your forearm or try to like judo flip her.
Oh no.
Or like melee if you had like a knife on your person or some sort of like I'd even go for like improvised weapons or something like laying around. Or didn't you just murder somebody? Like maybe you rip off his arm, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm being a little flippant with ripping off their arm. That comes later. But yeah, so it's really on your how you've built your character.
The flippant are flipping.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
She does beat your celerity rating.
Well, that's fantastic because I rolled 3 successes with a VCO failure skull, so that's gonna be real bad for me.
You opted to come out of your frenzy, correct?
I absolutely fucking did. I feel like I'm going back in. Also, my one vampire die went all the way down the stairs.
Gone forever.
It
What's your hunger
literally
at, by
did
the way?
It's slinky.
3.
Slinky.
It's 3.
Ooh, a good amount. Yeah, that's what I want.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get real flushed up.
Yours is one of the more difficult beast voices, but so the difference is 3 in terms of attack defense. She had Obsidian doesn't do a ton of damage, fortunately.
Sure.
However, this is unhalved on account of it being some sort of special tempered blade. And so a number of things happen. First, someone gets birthday spankings in the background.
I'm sorry, I have no idea what that is. I think it's
fine.
It's daddy.
It's fine. It's daddy. Yeah.
That's actually what's happening with Jack.
Yeah. It's Jack's getting birthday spankings from Statty right now. Who said it wasn't a party?
I'm listening. I'm listening.
I'm just reading this. You're fine, Anne. I'm being me.
No,
Jack was made to stick their nose into every cursed object.
Like, I hope they get their nose physically stuck in a cursed object just for the giggles.
If that was going to happen to any of the coterie, it would be Jack.
I feel like that would be a funny bit.
First of all, you bestially fail.
No, this is terrible and awful.
So I'm going to go with the sort of immediate thing. She stabs you in the chest. Your heart, in fact, with this obsidian blade. And breaks it off. No! Right in the middle of flavor text.
Yeah. Every time.
You killed Anne in real life. I can't believe this.
That's how hardcore the timing of it was. The timing of it was perfect. That's how hardcore that obsidian dagger is.
Dang.
So how much damage did I take?
You take 3 unhalved superficial damage is what they call it. She manages to stab basically in your chest. With it being only and then
I have a question.
And then she breaks it off. And this
And what's your question?
What's your question?
Okay, so I take 3 unhalved superficial damage. What happens hypothetically if I run out of boxes to do superficial damage?
You go into ag damage. So
okay, no, I technically have 3 left, like exactsies. But
the next bits of damage become ag. So I'm gonna do a little illustration because this confuses basically everyone in the universe.
No, I got it.
When you
I
take
just wanted a clarification.
This is for the home audience too. So you have your health trackers. I only have three boxes here.
I cannot see that, but I appreciate your efforts.
Fine. Then I'll grab a marker.
It just flows over to It just flows over as ag damage. Got it. That's fine. I'm doing okay. I'm not as
people have
as
health trackers like this. This might help L too.
Yes.
When you take a point of damage, you slash across it. Single slash.
Yep.
1 point of damage. 2 points of damage. 3 points of damage.
I
1,
mean,
2,
I have
3.
8 of
Okay.
those.
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
8 health trackers. Okay, 1, 2, 3 points of damage. This character is like this is Dwayne's
Breakfast.
health tracker. The next point of damage Dwayne would take in this situation. You cross it the other way. It is now an ag
No.
damage. So,
Okay.
Okay.
So that's how superficial becomes. It basically becomes ag. Where you spill over your tracker, and then once you go, you fill it up on ag. You're in torpor.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when you get fucked. I am only halfway there.
Halfway there.
Yeah, I was waiting. I
Sorry.
set that up. No, I knew it was gonna happen. I waited for it. Okay, cool. So I
All
take
right, so-
three
So
points
you take 3,
of
and she just
damage.
and she's like fighting like Solid Snake, right? Like you CQC, counterbalance the knife, stabs you in the chest,
Sure.
breaks it off.
Bestial failure. Who dis?
You feel as this blade is inside you, you swear you feel it moving.
Oh, get it off! Get it off! Get it off!
So that's that. The bestial failure. Oh, sweet. Oh, sweetie.
Oh,
She's trying to become. That's not. I can't. Yours is always the hardest one because it's like a lilting.
yeah, no. Think
It's like a-
pretentious. Knows he's hot. Like,
Yeah. Your
Yeah.
beast is like.
But-
I can nail it when I'm not thinking about it, but now I'm overthinking it because I've done like 3 different character voices tonight. And it's, we gotta. There we go. It's a little pitch up. We gotta deal with her. So your bestial failure, I'm gonna say you actually grab her arm. Like it's not like a controlling grip. You don't control the wrist or anything like that, but you
sure.
manage to, like, and you're sort of attempting to deflect the arm. You're too late. She stabs you in the chest. She breaks it off, but you catch her arm, right?
Okay. That okay. Ew, get back here.
This bitch needs to pay for what she's doing to us. Favorite daughter. Favorite snack.
Mm. I like that. Sounds like a great idea.
I am going to give you a -1 on should you have to roll to resist frenzy for the bestial failure and the sort of.
Yeah, no, that tracks. Great. Is it?
Your turn. And we're so it would be your turn. Top of the line lands us at Rory finally, and we'll take an intermission.
Look, fuck it. I want to eat
That's
this
fucked.
bitch. I made
That's
a
fucked.
mistake.
Well, that's
Get out
perfect
of
timing.
torpor.
All right,
1
yeah, let's.
hour live on your stream, so it's 1 hour of actual gaming.
Yep.
Yeah.
I gotta check in with
Oh, my
Molly,
gosh.
make sure her she's
I
okay.
gotta find the rogue or the rogue vampire guy. So that's
Okay.
good timing.
Great timing. All right. Be right back, cutie patooties. Get up, stretch, get some water.
Woo.
Tell someone you care about that you love them.
believe in you so much, Anne.
We'll see.
All right.
We are back.
My
Woo!
dice juju
Are
sucks today.
back.
We
Will
came
there
back
be a
just
victory
as
bang?
just as Elle was
Tune in.
saying, I believe in you so much.
That's great.
Rory
Love that.
Prime, you have 2 big problems, and they're all you.
Two.
What? What are you doing?
So the mirrors these weirdos stepped out of, do those look like they were one-way streets?
So, the interesting thing about those mirrors that Jaq will notice is the frame of the sort of like compact they have. It's the same like filigree and stuff. Like the
Okay.
framing of the mirrors, like they're different sizes and so on and so forth, but like the construct of the mirror that Jaq is currently staring at, and you just kind of like side eye and check the ones that it had surrounded Rory and that sort of thing. They appear similar, like of similar construct. Are they? The mirrors are gone essentially. Like they as combat begins, like they're essentially like
Okay.
it's sort of like a 2D sprite in a 3D game. Like when you're looking head on,
Yeah.
you see them and you see everything in sort of 3D, but like from the side, it just disappears, and they sort of just kind of.
So that idea
They
is
just
not
sort of
going to work. Okay.
They just sort of fold as you, begin to like get into motion. That sort of like fluid motion of combat. I will also state that there were many more mirrors than the Rorys that stepped out of them.
Mm-hmm.
They surrounded you, implying. Well, I'll let your thoughts run rampant on that.
Yeah, but no yeeting them back through the
mirrors. What
mirrors.
if multiple man's clones hated him?
That would be very compelling. I
Someone-
want to see that. Somebody should write that.
Yeah. Oh, I would love to write multiple man
They
with my
have.
bipolar disorder in mind.
Yes.
So good. No, gone.
All right. Dual wielding. How do?
So, dual wielding allows you to split your dice pool essentially between 2 separate targets.
Okay. What if the pools are different?
Then you would take the like differential, like essentially. Like if you like say you're talking about guns and sword.
Roses.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You would so I would just round them. There's probably a logical way that makes sense to you. That being said, I hate the dual wield rules in Vampire. In fact, dual wielding in virtually every game I've ever seen has always been poorly done.
Yeah. So like I'm currently I'm at a 7 with pistol.
Okay.
And 4, 5, and 10 with my sword.
What I would do is I would take the average. Not the average, but I would be like, I would cut it off at 6, or whatever. And then like I would split the 6, 3 and 3. So you'd like have 3 over here, and then you'd have the much higher over here with your sword. Something along those lines.
So 3 dice to shoot, and then regular dice to sword.
Well, because the whole intent is that like you dual wield with a sword, so you have like 8 with melee. You would attack 4 here and 4 there. Is what their intent is. That's how the rules are designed.
Yeah.
Your and they're not going to do it in a manner to where you net gain dice by dual wielding. Like that's not the intent, and nor should it be.
That's fair.
So I would just like, take the lowest common denominator essentially and like split that. So then you're looking at your 3 goes here, 3 goes here, and then your extra like little bonuses for melee stay on the melee side, like must be melee. So that but your total dice pool is not to exceed what your melee dice pool would be in and of itself. So does that make sense?
Sort of.
What's your melee pool? Just your
10.
10. And your gun pool is 6?
7.
7. All right. So you would be splitting 7 dice between the two pools. So we got a floating 3 dice right now. You'd split we'll round the 4 towards your gun. You'd have 6 with your melee attack, 4 with your gun attack. That's how the dice would split.
Okay.
Because you're not going to, yeah.
Yeah.
And then if you had like a dual wield specialty, I'd allow it to add a die to both, both sides. So
don't have
in
that
that
yet.
case, you would kind of like net gain a die in a weird sort of way. Kind of like actually net gaining too.
All right. Well, in that case, I think I'll stick with the sword then.
But you can hit 2 targets at the same time, right?
Yeah. How far away is Dark Rory?
A safe fireball throwing distance away.
Safe fireball distance, yeah.
Save
those. There's a whole other challenge after this.
For him to throw a fireball at you is what I'm saying.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to close the distance so fireballs become less of an option. And I'm just going to see if I can take a leg.
Okay.
And I will rouse for more dice.
Okay.
We do get hungrier.
Okay. What's your hunger at?
3.
Ooh, a good amount. It's not really Diablo because if you Diabolize one of them, is it? It's like a homecoming, really. He's already you. You just
10, 12. I don't. At that point, you're getting into weird, like self-masturbation, cannibalism shit. No. Ugh.
you're acting disgusted, but deep down inside, I know you're intrigued. I know what's inside you. Sure would be nice to have some extra
not
power
me.
inside.
Not but- Oh God, so many dice. Okay. Holy
Oh no, so many dice. What a tragic problem.
And
Why,
so
you?
fewer than what Dante rolls. I forgot how few dice people roll.
Listen, I'm very diversified. I don't know what you want from me.
Dante's very sneaky and killy and investigatey. He can't social for shit at all. I don't even think. No, he has the insight. He's got insight to know when people are lying to him.
That's important.
So, which helps with the killing.
Gotta know who to kill.
Welcome to the chat room.
10 successes.
Damn. This was the sword yourself,
Critical.
right?
Yes.
This is Dark Rory?
Dark Rory, yeah. Dory, yeah. I'll find Nemo later.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully Morlin isn't too upset with you.
So, an interesting thing happens. You know how your beast is talking to you?
Mm-hmm.
You all hear each other's beast.
Yeah, Jesus.
It's not like clear as a bell,
Except
but
for
it's like you can hear the whispers
Boy.
of theirs. Mage doesn't have a beast.
Do we hear his avatar?
You don't really hear, avatars don't really speak freely. in the
Yeah, I
same
didn't think
sense
so,
that, like,
yeah.
You can
Yeah.
commune with your avatar, but it's like literally you're like taking abilities and spells to do that.
Yeah.
Like trying to ask Jesus fucking Christ.
What would you ask him?
One success. That's a lot of blanks on fucking 10 dice.
Personally, I would ask Jesus for more than one
So-
success, but I guess whatever floats your boat.
9,
I would ask him how come evil.
12.
I'd be like, you're like actually like kind of a dope socialist and stuff. Like, remember how you like whipped merchants and like talked about how bad rich people were, and we're all about empathy. And I'd be like, how come none of that? That's what I'd ask Jesus, I think.
Yeah, that's a fair question.
So yeah, that I guess that becomes 12 damage, which then becomes 6. But yeah,
Remind me your health total so I don't have to look it up.
7.
0.
14. You're unhaving,
1,
right?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, my base health is 7. It's 8 right now, but that's because I did
All
trip.
right. I don't. At least Dork Rory has fortitude.
Yeah.
How much damage?
That's
did
with
you
I
do?
have fortitude.
Oh, okay. How much damage
12 before halving it.
You didn't have an opportunity to
So-
activate the ability to.
No,
Okay.
I don't. Yeah, yeah. So it's
Six.
yeah.
Man, how quickly
No, if
12 becomes 3 damage.
Feels bad, man.
Rory is in and of
yes.
itself a boss fight. You know that, right?
he has that
Yeah.
fortitude power. He's got more fortitude than I do. Okay,
I find that
good, great.
if it makes you feel
Wild.
better, he doesn't have
That's fair.
Auspex.
Yeah, valid. Yeah.
He
So
stopped
wild.
at Sense the Unseen. Like,
Yeah.
Oh no.
Doesn't need to do anything
funny.
else.
well, Premonition and all those other things. Like, he doesn't have those that Rory has.
Hey, who needs
Man.
to have premonitions?
If
when
it makes you feel double better, I built him as though he would be fighting you because I metagamed like a month ago when I made him. I took your same. I just shimmied your values
Dots
around.
around.
Yeah, I just moved your dots around. It made it
Yep.
easier that way. The math might not
Fair
fully
enough.
work out, but approximately it does. Like.
All
It's
right,
not like
3
he has
damage.
5
Okay.
strength, and he's like, like, yeah, welcome to the
Oh,
gun show.
where's the version?
I find the
Where's
best
the version?
component for fireballs is
It's not
biceps.
this.
Like, he's not like.
I
he's just-
want to see Buff Rory. I want to see Buff Rory. Hold on.
there is a buff Rory out there in the the multiverse, of
Oh, yeah.
course.
Somewhere
So
there's
he-
like
He
muscle.
got 7
fist.
dots of
Yeah,
it's like-
fortitude and potence. Don't ask how.
Yeah, he's
So,
like.
and-
Have you?
So
Go ahead.
instead of smart and hot Rory, it's strong and hot Rory.
Strong
It's
and
buff
smart.
Strong
buff and
and
hot
Jimbo.
Rory.
It's like,
Jimbro Rory.
Using our triangle of values
Yeah.
for our,
he's like, have you
our
seen?
group.
Have you seen
Okay, but
Lexi?
like,
I want to hug
have you
her. Maybe she went over there. Like, and he's just
you-
like.
have you considered buff and
Oh my
Smart
God, Beach Bro
Rory.
Rory is now canon.
Incredible.
oh my god. Oh my god.
Also,
yes.
he would be actually kind of like, I'd imagine he'd be a little bit of a lovable dork,
Aw.
like a like Zac Efron esque, like lovable Beach Bro dork.
Mm-hmm. Baywatch, Zac Efron. Yeah.
Mm-hmm,
Oh yeah, Baywatch Zac Efron.
That's good.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay, I did a thing.
Jesus Christ. This was wild.
So the next Rory to go is I don't remember what your nicknames were for him, but I have my own nicknames.
What are your nicknames?
Ska Rory.
Oh, Scory, yes.
Scory.
I
Oh no,
I
we
had
lost
him
Anne.
I had him in my notes as Gerard
I've lost Anne.
Waori.
Yeah.
Man, fuck this pencil.
Yeah, we switched out Gerard Butler for like emo Rory.
Yeah, Gerard Waori.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, Dad
Wild.
Bod Rory.
Or if you want, we could always go with
My
like,
Chemical Rory.
My Chemical Rory. Yeah.
yeah, Billy Jory.
Oh, like Billy Joe Armstrong.
Yes, exactly. Billy Jory Armstrong.
No, he's dead because the Who kicked his ass for saying he invented rock opera instead of
Shame. R.I.P.
fucking Billy Joe Armstrong. Fuck that.
Listen, if we're not supposed to like the Rorys, we need to choose people who we don't like.
I invented rock opera with like definitely not Alice Cooper or the Who. Like, no, fucking Billy Joe.
Or Queen.
Silly, don't you know Alice Cooper doesn't exist?
I'm so mad right now.
All right.
Billy Joe
No,
Armstrong
I gotta
came
find
out
my
of the
notes
womb.
for oh wow.
I can't. Where are you? And I'm so Rory.
You all get
No.
1 XP for that.
No. Okay.
It's
God
incredible.
damn it. Damn
Well,
you,
good
Redstone.
Where are you?
Hate it.
I mean, it got us an
Rory.
XP.
You didn't do it
I
right.
cannot-
You gotta sing exclusively through your
Where
nose
are you?
when you're being Zach
I'm so
when you're being Zach along.
Rory.
Who stole money from proper cryptid researchers? Fuck that guy too.
I cannot eat. I cannot sleep tonight
So
because I'm a
we
vampire.
hit Blink-182 also.
Hang on, I'm looking up a thing.
So who's next?
It's Ska Rory.
Scott
Yeah.
Rory.
It's Gerard Rory.
Oh, well, there's a difference between
Okay, okay.
Gerard Way Rory
Yeah.
and Ska Rory.
Okay.
Let's get it right. There's
That's
a
true,
difference
that's
between
true.
emo
Not
and
to me
ska.
because Ska is evil. Is the point.
I'm
All
about
right.
one
Evil.
day, because I have enough space to do activities right here, I'm going to be just fucking skanking in the background.
Uh,
I feel like skanking means something different than ska.
No,
Rory
it's-
Big
that's
Fish?
the name of the
Less
The
than
dance.
Rory.
Okay.
Rory Sid.
So this Rory bites into his wrist and flings blood around him and starts to and he like spins in a circle, like very very like Stevie Nicks almost, except the blood continues to spin and spiral, and the wind begins to pick up and spin and just sort of swirl and spiral around this Rory.
I'm still trying to think of ska Rory names.
It
Rory
stands-
Radiation.
They stand still at the center of this cyclone of blood and wind. The very skies above begin to heed this Rory, the lost Rory, begin to heed lost Rory's call. He concentrates deeply. He doesn't seem to really notice the rest of you. Mage Rory says, "Oh fuck! Wait, hang on. Ah fuck! I just had to go a little bit more Midwestern with it. Did you see that? It was subtle, but it was an important difference there.
Mm.
Yeah, fucking bears right over there, you know.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, fuck. The bears.
If you do dub bears to my dad when you meet him, he will adopt you. That is a warning.
The bears. Doubles.
He loves the bears. He has a bear shrine and a Boba Fett shrine, and those are his 2 shrines in his home.
I own the Packers.
Oh no,
Boba
he's
Fett?
gonna hate you.
So what is the Bears do?
That top right over there. Ignore the mess and a million. That's my certificate of ownership for the Packers.
Oh no.
In the middle is my piece of Milwaukee Bucks court from them winning the championship. The Bears, and then my map of every serial killer in Wisconsin from like.
Oh, that's really cool.
So. Plus a weird scowling.
The Bears.
Yeah, no. So, Mage Rory just goes, "Oh fuck," and seeing the Lost Rory beginning to use their blood to command shit. He reaches back and rips a chunk of hair from you.
Ow!
And begins concentrating, and like the wind sort of swirls at his feet subtly, because Mage Rory would definitely not have like shit tons of prime, but would have like entropy and shit, and you would have elemental. Actually, come to think, you would definitely have elemental spheres. You might not. You'd have prime too, because that's how you throw fireballs. You need elemental and prime. I take it back. However, how do you feel about Paradox? Are you for it or against it? No.
I mean, I feel like there are better villains out there, but you know, teach their own.
So yeah, he definitely has primal. Yeah, primal.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. The win against.
The paradox is the thing where you don't want people to see see magic, right?
Basically, you don't
people
want
who don't know magic.
It's not just that. It is that reality resists magic existing.
Yeah.
Reality is resisting the notion of magic. Usually you want to be subtle with like your magic. So like if you cast if you hit if you cast a lightning bolt in a thunderstorm, you'd still get some paradox, because just kind of like pointing at a dude and them getting struck by lightning is a little weird. But you might not get a lot. If it's a clear day out and you go like taste my lightning, bzz, you're gonna get a shit ton of paradox.
Lightning bolt.
Paradox is and it's. I like to believe that in the present company it is mitigated on account of like thinking of it like the Masquerade breach, right? Like, everyone here is all about it. Plus the island is special. So
this feels like a moment
the island
where
actually
is a lot of that. And,
the island's actually what's called a node. So he can pull quintessence from the island to be able to like conjure like big spells. So and he ripped hair from you because he wants it to directly affect an undead Rory, and we'll get into that later.
Valid.
And so he you see like the wind sort of begin to rather than like this blood cyclone and stuff, it begins to like swirling from his feet, and he begins to levitate up. He is also concentrating, and now I'm gonna have them both roll some fucking magic checks. Yeah, but like hiding your magic. Like I was big into entropy, because entropy is like also like luck. Like just having people like guns jam and people trip and stuff. Very low paradox. The more you know. And I'm just going to go.
This feels like a moment where we don't care about paradox.
You say that until he starts coughing out blood and like talking to like a crazy ass like 18-legged caterpillar, where like the caterpillar's legs are all the faces of Sasha or Lexi.
We'll cross that bridge.
Paradox is fun. 4, 6. I secretly recorded that number. No one heard that. I'm sorry. I just had to count math on my fingers. Okay. It's a good thing you persuaded this Rory to fight with you, by the way, because this would have really sucked. All right.
I believe it. Thanks.
So,
see,
Jack.
the illusion of ghost Lexi was ethical and fine, and Sasha should be cool with it.
So I'm not going to
she's
skip
about to
the
do
next
some
folks in the-
ethical.
I'm not going to skip to the next books in
diablerie.
the narrative because Michael's been sidelined for quite a while. This Rory, friend Rory, as he's actually written in my notes.
I am calling him Constant Rory.
Constantine. See, Constantine tries to solve every problem and then uses magic after he fucks up his life, fucks everything up. Like magic is this. I could see it.
I just feel like he has the like guilt complex of Constantine.
Oh, my Hellblazer comics.
That's
Top
awesome.
Second favorite hero. So, quote unquote superhero. So you top of the line to Rory Prime as Consta Rory says, "Oh fuck," and he begins conjuring some shit. He rips some tufts of your hair and begins conjuring some spells, and he's swirling up. He's like, "I don't think I'm as
not."
He says, "I don't
not-
think
not
I'm as
to be that
powerful as this guy."
But Dark Rory hasn't gone yet.
Right, you exchanged blows.
Yeah.
Why did you remind me? I thought Dark Rory went in between.
You could say they blew each other.
Because I'm a good player, and then I'm stabbing myself in the heart. Yeah.
He respects the nature of the duel, the art of the duel, and with this bloody Kopesh, in fact, he saw you second guessing the dual wield. He's in your thoughts after all. And you hear his beast. How long has it been? Sorry, that was a little more Sasha again. What? I can do hers without thinking about it, and then it's... How long has it been, cuz? Little lick here. Does it count as diablerie if it's yourself? I mean, will it even show up when we go back to our own place? I don't think so. I think we just take this one out. He wasn't supposed to be anyway, was he? Nah, you were the first one. Goody two-shoes, Rory. The one in your dreams and your nightmares. Nah, cuz. This one, he shouldn't exist. You don't need him for an experiment. Robert's not going to give you a pat on the head. Take what's yours anyway. Now, I say that very clearly for the audience because I was in the zone. But you hear like every other word and little bits of it, you know, because it's like when radio stations are like on the same frequency, you know? That's what happens with hearing his beast. Because he's also pretty high in hunger. In fact, when he roused his blood to summon his blade, he got hungrier. So I think there's a differential where he's at 4 and you're at 3.
Rory just hears, Robert, gonna give you head.
It's more sinister. It's like maybe that's the only part you hear, but it's a very sinister sounding head. You're like, oh no, like this is the worst head anyone could ever get. And he swings his Kopesh. He basically he lobs this spell past you, this bolt of blood past you, as he swings his Kopesh into you. One's the distraction, one isn't.
Okie dokie.
Oh, I need a lot more hunger dice in there, don't I?
Are you gonna block?
7,
You'd fucking better.
10.
Hope so.
Jesus Christ, this is getting intense. I'm gonna rouse. I do not get hungry. All right.
Possible beastie of failure. Wait till you hear the amount of successes.
Let's see here. What do we got?
Oh no. I accidentally grabbed my cosmetic glass of wine when I had switched over to scotch.
Oh no.
Or not scotch, bourbon. Sorry. Scotch. The Scotch bourbon paradox. Cheap Scotch is shit, and medium Scotch shit. High end Scotch, great. Bourbon, it's great at every level. The highest end bourbons might not be as good as the highest end Scotches, but everything below is better anyway.
All right, I'm gonna pop a willpower. Damn it! Really? Fuck you.
Pile of redstone. Who let unreliable narrator watch Split before the session, bro?
Oh,
This is the best moderator ever.
all right.
Redstone is the best.
That is also a possible bestial failure. 6 successes.
Okay.
Bro.
My willpower was nothing. I did a willpower roll. I got nothing.
So I had some crits in there.
What if you didn't?
You're going to take 2 ag damage from the Kopesh.
Jesus.
Am I somehow still doing better than Rory?
And the blood bolt goes past you, forming into a javelin, piercing Mage Rory.
All right. Here we go. Cool.
The pile of redstone. What if I love you? What then?
Spell's gonna be a lot harder to pull off. With this guy putting his fluids all over me.
Of course, I would put it that way, wouldn't I?
What is it with you vampire wizards and all you bleeding all over things? Can't you just learn to cast spells the normal way?
No, motherfucker, we can't. Literally fucking can't.
Man, no wonder.
All right.
No wonder your reality sucks.
Bro.
The fucking shade. That's so great.
All right,
I want to keep constant Rory. Like, not
Is
as
he
a
wrong,
for our Rory. I just want to keep constant Rory like as another Rory.
Like we could always use more people in the coterie, right?
Exactly.
It's not cheating if it's another Rory with you, Sasha, right?
That's so true. That's so true. You can have
if
two
you hop on the
Rorys.
Rory train, not cheating. Or if you have like a healthy open relationship that you've like agreed to terms for and all.
Oh no, this shit ain't healthy at all. Full disclosure, it's a lot of things. Healthy, Sasha's not healthy at all. We spent an hour
true.
discussing how unhealthy she is in a
I think
relationship.
that if you have
is
a healthy
extremely toxic.
relationship in Vampire the Masquerade, you've misunderstood the game.
Exactly.
No.
You tried to have a healthy
designed-
relationship. That's why I jettisoned like
Yeah.
your like center, your fulcrum out of it. No.
Look, man.
There's a narrative there. The good doctor will return.
Yes, I'm very excited for that. See, the best thing about unhealthy relationships
had
is
to
when they
tease
look like they're healthy. And when the people involved think they're healthy.
All right. So
okay,
you'll be happy to
my
know
turn.
you see that this blood javelin like pierce Constantine, Rory.
Yeah.
And some of the blood a few things. Some of the blood from the javelin itself sort of like does the venom thing, like the pseudopods like sort of hit like writhes across the ground and returns to Rory, Dark Rory. Everyone who has bled at all, you're like a normal, like your blood pools and splatters and stuff like that. The tiles, those gaps, those rather conspicuous gaps in the tiles of the Colosseum seem to lap up the blood with a thirst all their own. Meanwhile, so we have a messy critical. Your Dark Rory's messy critical, well, he had a whole conversation about where he's at with that. Your bestial failure, on the other hand.
Yep. That's right.
Rip.
Do I have to tell you again? You hold the line. You die on it. You give in. You let me help you. I promise. Promise. I'll show restraint. But I'll get you out of this.
You only know what that means because I know what that means.
Yeah, and you're only here because I'm here. You only made it this far because I dragged you this far. Because... how much your principle's gonna mean when you're in the final grave. You know he aims to drink out our blood and more, don't you? You know that's what's coming next.
Mm-hmm.
I say we get him first.
Well, we'll get him. Or maybe not like that.
Not like that. Then like this. Like this is losing, cuz. Like this is losing.
Just getting started. How bad does Constantine look after that javelin?
Not so bad. Like it's he got hit in the designated good guy spot. Like literally, like humans aren't as hardy as vampires and stuff. Like they don't like take half damage from cosmetic-y stuff. But a spell like what Dark Rory just lobbed is designed to hit humans, basically. He did it when he did, anyway. But it was the designated good spot. But you can estimate like two-ish. If there was like some sort of numerical scale, like RPGs are fluid, living things that exist in a world of like metaphor and stuff like that. But if there's some sort, if we could boil it down somehow to some sort of like numerical scale, like on like a scale of like say like 1 to 5 or something like that, or maybe like 1 to 7, it looks like 2 out of that scale might have been what was done. Like about two, and not
So
even like the 2
about
like,
a third.
but like
Yeah.
he put most
right,
of his dice
so-
into hitting you. I'm sorry to say.
I mean, that sounds about right. All right. Okay, so it's not quite. We're not there yet. Arouse.
I'll be
Going to get hungrier. Welcome to 4.
Stop getting hungry.
You there yet, cuz I'm right here. I'm right here. You can feel your blood moving in you against your will. Kindred don't bleed, right? Unless they will their blood to move around. Your blood is moving on its own accord inside you. It's got
lock eyes with Dark Rory. You smell like nachos.
Dark Rory. Ah, shit. You could ride that wave, become more.
Oh my. I'm sorting, if you were wondering.
What are you doing here? Is this a sword? Okay, cool.
Sword.
Kopesh. You know what? Just because I actually want Dark Rory to get hungrier, because you can't be the only one.
Decided that
We're gonna rouse the blood. Dark Rory gets hungrier.
Oh, he's at 5 now. Great. All right.
Yeah, he's at 5 now.
I'm going to spend another willpower. No, I hope he doesn't mind. It's fine. All right. Don't give me nothing this time, you motherfuckers.
Buddy, do you need
Why am I here? All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Possible bestial failure again.
In classic fashion.
This is
You lock blades.
Diablerie episode.
Like, no, pure locking of blades.
And it
Like,
won't be me.
stalemate. Now, usually I do like a tie goes to player type of thing, and I there's some.
Mm-hmm.
It's Rory against Rory. This is Rory on Rory crime. You perfectly lock blades. Y'all know that laugh Jeff Goldblum does in the original Jurassic Park when he's on the helicopter?
Yes. Oh, perfect.
Like that laugh? Uh-huh. Ambrose does that laugh as he's like leaning in and watching this. One of his attendants comes over and is like, sir, I really do believe this is too much for the island. But not for me, he says. We cut to the like emaciated Rory. What was the nickname y'all gave him?
Lost Rory?
Glory?
Yeah, it's the Lost Rory.
Lori.
Sad.
He's also down in my notes as J.J. Abrams Rory
Iori?
for complicated reasons.
I'll ask you
Say
after.
J.J. Abrams Rory?
Yes, J.J. Abrams Rory.
So Lost Rory.
Correctly.
Sad sacrifice.
Lost Rory has now concentrated for a turn.
Yes. He's been constipating. Understood.
You're a wizard too, Ari.
No.
You're a wizard too, Larry.
You can 3D model. You can 3D print D2s.
Yeah, but they're usually.
Everyone in the... It would be everyone in a much bigger area, but the Colosseum has a effect, and everyone sees this like sort of like blood red sheen, like a dome over the top of it, ripple, as this just gale of blood erupts and swirls around the Lost Rory. You all find yourself in a... This includes Dark Rory, by the way. You all find yourself in a rather precarious situation as the blood has sort of seemed to like multiply. Like I don't know. It's this haze, this storm, and it sort of rips and tears at clothing and cheek. You know, you get the little like hairline cuts across your cheek and stuff like that. You will find this Rory very difficult to attack. Right now, and everyone in an area is going to go ahead and roll a... Hang on, where is it? It's going to roll a dexterity. Or sorry, not dexterity. I read dexterity as I meant to say stamina. He's going to roll a stamina resolve.
That's worse.
Does everyone on the island just experience a blood nuke?
I'm at 4.
No.
Good, because I don't want to.
No.
7
It's just here.
total.
Like the...
Yeah, that and the
There's force field. Yeah.
That seems terrifying.
This feels bad, so we're gonna risk it. Rouse. Do not get hungrier.
Right. Woo!
I need 8 dice. Creepers.
I don't have a lot of flashy blood powers like this. This is crazy.
You would if you Diablerized one of them.
I might. That's true.
This is an infernalism power, by the way.
Ooh. That's cool.
Oh, dear sweet baby Jesus.
So, like, if you want to make a pact with a demon, I got you, dog.
Dude, I want to make a pact with a demon.
I can hook you up with this
You're
power.
already making a pact with a fae. Get out of here.
Let me make 5. More pacts.
It's a level 5. You got to concentrate for a full turn. Okay.
Yeah, but Bloodstorm.
And then and then you Bloodstorm people.
I think you should let Jaq make more packs.
How big
5.
it is for effect, by the way. I just thought it would be cool to like describe the dome.
Yeah.
5. All right. You will take 3 superficial damage. Cannot be unhalved superficial damage, though it may be reduced by fortitude and stuff like that. It's just it doesn't have.
I don't have that fortitude power yet.
Well, that was a mistake.
Yeah, seems like
it is at this point. Oh shit! No, I actually get to roll for Constantine Rory.
For the other 2.
I almost just let him take damage. I'm sorry.
If Constant Rory dies, I will be incredibly bereft. I hope you know this.
It is at this point, Constantine Rory, like, so that unhalved, to you, you're still a vampire. In fact, if you get hit by 100 of these storms all at once, you just have a really long nap ahead of you. You might be like shredded up and stuff like that, but for the most part, your mangled body, they drag you off, and you'd come to eventually. A human body is not the same.
No.
Now, I will note that some of the wind Constantine Rory's been cooking up diverts some of it. seems to mitigate some of it. However, he does take some damage, and he's not as hardy overall. Okay. This is where he looks hurt. He looks like he's been in an MMA fight.
How did Dark Rory do against it?
Dark Rory. Also, he looks like he caught the brunt of the storm too. Like he's a vampire, so he doesn't look like haggard and fucked up. But like he's got like some deep gashes to where like you can see like muscle underneath, like splitting out. Like he got some deep gashes from this.
Damn.
I mean, I'm not looking good either. I'm half-ish.
He's at about quarter. Dark Rory's at about a quarter. Put not that we do in RPGs or anything like that, but were there a numerical value you could find?
Yeah. That ag damage, that's putting me over.
Oh, that ag damage is brutal.
Yeah.
You can totally kill Dark Rory.
2 ag, 3 superficial.
All right. Yeah, lost Rory. Fortunately,
so
Dark Rory, he sees you kind of messed up. I know you. I know you. I am you. In a sense, I could kill you. But would that really hurt you? He pulls like the Kopash and all this blood up and launches it at Constantine Rory.
No.
If you would like, you may roll a dexterity athletics to do like the hero dodge dive thing.
He's hurling something, correct?
Like he's got his
Can I Jean Grey this shit?
And just when you say Jean Grey.
Telekinesis.
Oh, your telekinesis. I mean, blood is physical in a sense. We's gonna have ourselves a wizard off, okay? I'll allow it.
And you see, the thing with activating telekinesis is it's 2 rouses. So
I
might
it
have your
wasn't
cake anyway.
my intent that you Diablerize yourself. However, I don't even know if your veins would pop black for an Auspex if you Diablerized yourself.
I mean, you're just
we're in uncharted territory. I don't have the answers. Okay.
If you Diablerize yourself, do you gain any benefit?
Masturbation or sex?
So
the same area with Diablery here.
No, but I just mean like.
So.
Yeah, but you don't get any extra blood potency or anything.
All right.
I got hungry on both of them. So that's 5.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So good.
So 5 is hitting 5 doesn't immediately prompt a frenzy.
But
like it doesn't
but then hitting it again.
prompt.
Man, I'm getting hungrier just watching this.
Because you get hung. You would have hit 5, and then you fail a rouse check when you're at 5, which would prompt a frenzy. That's how the rules work. However, the same ability, and I'm going to rule it this way: the same ability got you to 5. I'm not going to have you prompt the frenzy immediately. Like the game's pretty meticulous about like you can only use one discipline ability at a time and da-da-da-da-da-da. So like the one ability that gets you to 5, like it's one ability that got you to 5. Okay, a further failure on a rouse will.
But when I rouse for more dice for telekinesis and fail, then we get a party.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna. That I might.
All right, so we have ourselves a
we
wisdom.
party
How
now?
this is going to work is like you're not like diving in front of it. You're doing the equivalent with your mind. However, you're trying to essentially intercept a magic projectile with your own magic. So, and the only way to defensively do this is to use your magic. You're going to have at a -1 dice pool because you're doing it on somebody else's behalf. However, okay, it's like parrying for somebody else is a bit harder than parrying for yourself.
So
Same principle.
I need all these. So that's
5, 9, 8.
Rouse
5,
the blood.
8.
Rouse the blood.
Yes, ma'am. Hold on. Moment of truth, motherfuckers. Do not get hungry.
Nice.
See, that would have
My dice don't.
Round
My
currency.
dice don't know what story they want to tell. They don't know what they're doing right now.
No,
They
they're
wanted
very
some
inconsistent.
story
You're not like
of
hero
course.
mode or like you
Yeah.
almost got gibbed in like 2
Yeah.
rounds. Like, yeah.
Constant Rory needs to survive this. I need to. I don't know.
So
He's just so
of
sad.
the Rorys present, the only one Michael has actually played, like in terms of the other Rorys, is Constantine Rory. That's the only one he's actually played. Dark Rory, he's in a dream. I guess you have in your dreams. And Lost Rory, no. This is again, I got poetical with it. I had a
There's no
idea.
point. This is bad. This is okay.
No.
3.
Oh
A
no!
whole lot of nothing. Yeah.
Willpowering as well.
There's not really any point.
Okay.
No.
So what's going to happen here is you're going to remove 3 of these successes, right?
Yep. My hunger dice all came up blank. All 5 of them. I don't understand what's happening.
Happens to have a windshield right now.
Oh my god.
What happens is this blood
in his minigun.
projectile goes through, and you sort of like, like reach out with your your magical force, and you sort of like you can see it slowing down, and it does the thing where it breaks through that sort of like invisible like wind barrier, and it like slows. And like this thing was launched, it was rocketed. It would have skewered him in half. Like it would have been bad. It's like when you mess up a shish kebab and you just like the everything comes in half and it falls off. It would have been bad. Instead, what happens is it like it catches him in the gut. Like it's slowed by you, and then the wind. You see it like sort of pierce the wind, and he spits up blood, which would normally be pooling in his clothes and his hands and other stuff as he kind of catches. He holds the projectile. However, the ground's thirsty. And what blood the ground doesn't soak up finds its way back to Dark Rory. Constantine Rory is... Fuck this guy. And he turns his attention to Dark Rory.
Get him.
He is at
I think it's his
1.
turn. Yeah.
I swear to God. If
He's
he
in his
dies-
ag trackers. One more technically puts him like out, and then you got to go one more past that to be like dead. But like you consider like that one more, he'll be like essentially in a coma, and one more. So he's got 2 left. He also had his turn of concentration, despite the projectile hitting him. He spent his turn to concentrate. And it unlocks his wind form. He's gonna change paths a little bit. He's just gonna ball lightning a motherfucker.
Roast him.
Yeah, he essentially like changes his target. the wind sort of cracks as you kind of feel a vacuum form, and then all the static collects and just this swirl of light of electricity flings towards the other Rory. That is what lightning is. You know that, right? It's static between
I was being facetious. Gosh.
Dark Rory's going to try to dodge. He'll take the difference of 2. This is ag damage. Because fire, basically, it's the electricity translates to fire damage.
Mm-hmm.
When lightning strikes a tree, it catches on fire, folks. Mage doesn't really have spells, by the way. It's him using elemental and prime and lobbing it at somebody. I wanna go one more time here, but we must move on to a spectator. Jaq, you've got your mirror there. And I almost imagine you've got the mirror out and you're facing the Colosseum as you're looking in the mirror, right? And so you're seeing this spectacle unfold, and you got to keep in mind we rewound it a little bit. The conversation was happening in part of the buildup, right? Like it was simultaneously occurring. So the spectacle is unfurling as you're having this conversation. What is Jaq thinking, feeling in this moment? Fifth wheel.
Elle, your camera went off for some reason. I can still see you.
I can see you.
Yeah. It just went out over on Twitch, basically.
Video does that sometimes. It's real weird. Hopefully it'll pop back on.
It's because it's the static
Kingdom
man,
for reliable service.
No, they can't hear you.
Ooh. Well, while we wait for you to fix that, I'm gonna get just a touch more bourbon. It's right here. It's just
maybe
right
we
here.
should do a BRB.
Oh, is it a BRB? Are we at a BRB moment? I guess
no, we could, but I mean, I couldn't see it.
Later.
I mean, if we BRB now, we're gonna have to BRB again in potentially 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So
hey, Elle, could you back out and reconnect? Okay.
We might as well play through this now and then take our next intermission when you need to go pick up individual.
Yeah, because I'm 20 to an hour and 20 from you to go get my roommate.
You're an hour and
Depending
you're an
upon
hour
how
and
today
20
went.
from needing to go pick them up.
But between 20 minutes from now and an hour and 20 minutes from now, depending upon how busy today was.
Oh,
So I'm just waiting for. Most likely, it'll be like 20 to 30 minutes, but
all right. So
it all depends on how tonight
Okay,
went and who
so-
closed
Elle's
with.
back.
You
You might have to
it's
start from
out
the.
here.
You might have to start from the top.
All right, yeah, no worries.
So Jaq isn't stupid. Is
Jaq-
where we were at.
Jaq isn't stupid. Jaq knows that this creature is something incredibly powerful and something that probably doesn't have pure intentions and isn't wholly good. But Jaq is somebody who is motivated a lot by their curiosity, their genuine desire to figure out the world, to solve the mysteries, to get the full story, the full picture. They want to understand more than anything else. And they want to have the power to change the world because they see the injustices, they see the inequalities, and in another life they would have made a damn good Banu Hakim.
Sorry.
Are we playing the same character?
Fuck off.
No, one of you has the cojones to make pacts with sweet otherworldly evil entities.
Yeah, Jaq would have made the deal with Bob Barker in a second. Bob would have been like, hey, let me in. And Jaq would have been like, hell yeah, let's go.
And one of us is smart.
Fuck you.
Um,
But Jaq wants to understand what this thing is, and Jaq thinks that it can help them. And in the worst case scenario, they'll have one more friend in Chicago. Because they came into the coterie late. They're a fifth wheel and they know it, and they're going to work hard to build those relationships, but they are so scared that without Dr. Traum, they are going to be completely and utterly alone in the world. And maybe this thing will stick around. Maybe it'll stay.
I have a confession, Jaq.
The fourth wheel is Roach.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Wretch?
or Wretch, yeah.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Roach is Wretch's cousin. She's pretty sweet.
Yes, of course.
I believe it.
She straddles the line between like hacker and like espionage, whereas like Wretch really kind of hard committed to more the espionage, sneaking,
Mm-hmm.
so a little bit more of an enforcer type too. Like you can,
I'm sure he's here
confession, Jaq.
Well, I ain't much of a priest, but I'll do my best.
The last person I truly shared with, didn't make it.
Mm,
Or not.
that's all right. That's an old friend of mine.
No, she was an artist. You didn't know her. Perhaps knew of her. Famous, I suppose, in some circles. The idea of fame, to me, of course, is silly. I thought... Go ahead.
I think that fame is just what people who are lonely decide their friends are.
And are you lonely?
Well, I'm pretty alone.
That's not the same thing.
No, I don't suppose it is. I think I will be in a couple years when the doctor is gone and I don't got nothing.
You'll have to forgive me. It's not by my will. I've seen inside your head some.
Hey, I've forgiven worse things.
What
You'll find I'm a bit of a saint.
Aren't we all? What is the beckoning?
It's going to take him away from me. It's something that happens to the older vampires, the older kindred.
Well, Jack, nothing could take me away from you.
Do you promise that, Monsieur Grimm?
You've named me.
Well, you're a collector of stories. The Brother Grimm, they the most famous.
Mr. Grimm.
Mr. Grimm.
I like this one better than other names I've had.
I'm glad you approve.
The one
Could
who
have made
didn't
Daddy
make it.
canon.
The one who didn't make it. Janet. I didn't mean to hurt her. I thought she could translate. She
Translate?
did. Yes. Translate. And she did for a while. Until she didn't. And then she didn't. And didn't.
This Janet, was she human or kindred or something
Human.
else?
She wasn't either. She was an artist. Wait. No, human. Or an artist. It's... Your world is strange.
Don't I know it?
All these labels.
I've been there.
Boxes you like to be inside.
Oh, not me. I
With
like to break
little
out of the boxes.
labels on the boxes.
I'm a bit of a defier of the rigid order.
As am I.
Well, then,
I do not, you have to understand, come from here.
where do you come from?
A place beyond the ether.
You hear static crackling, and you can feel this pain in your eye that surges sort of backward. I'd call it a migraine, but it's much different and kind of worse. It's invasive. What does Jack know about like Celtic mythology?
So, I think that Jack is very fascinated by mythology that was Christianized and like sanitized. So I think that they would be very fascinated by like the origins of Celtic and Norse mythology and how that changed when Christian monks got a hold of the texts and like what the Tuatha De Danann really were, if they were truly gods or if they were just mages, and like trying to trace that back.
There's one of your boxes. Celtic was the box they were in. Had a place they referred to where I come from. Let's just call it the green. Though it's not very green. Color doesn't really apply as you know it. What could be green to some is brown or black or scintillating starbursts of nothing. Or of empty. He's careful about the word nothing. It's careful about nothing. Let's just call it the green. A world beyond this one.
Ah,
A world of fae. And folk legend and folklore. I am from there. I am of the House of Autumn from there.
now that is fascinating. I didn't know that you existed in the real world. I mean, most myths have a grain of truth to them. I just didn't realize how many grains there were.
You feel that like this one's sharper and quicker this time, like that in the eye and then back.
Fairy folk. You call us.
Well, what do you prefer to be called?
Mr. Grimm.
Well, it is wonderful to make your acquaintance, Mr. Grimm. I may have to pick your brain at some point.
I am not here by my choosing, Jack.
I understand that.
I misspoke earlier. The green, you'd better know, is the dreaming. It's the better word for it. It's a place where thoughts form. Chaos intersects in a way that is more delightful than you could possibly imagine. This is why I thought Janet could hear me. She had an aptitude for listening to the dreams, to the fae. She, of course, couldn't handle it in the end, and her head exploded, releasing me in a much different way.
Well, seeing the dreams is something that I've been doing for a little while now. And hey, my head's still intact.
I didn't even recognize, or I didn't do this on purpose, but your dream walking paired up with Static Man is going to be amazing. Oh my god. Amazingly horrible.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this.
This
He's
is
gonna infect
awesome.
everyone.
He's basically going to become a plague. This is sorry to break the kayfabe. That was this is so awesome.
Kill Jack now?
I didn't even do this on purpose, and I'm so excited. This is why I love role-playing games. Is like the stuff you don't plan. Sorry.
Yeah.
Jack, you understand promises here?
I believe that I do.
I have a theory. Your box, your kind, doesn't usually dream. Kindred. No, vampires. He calls them vampires. He goes with the common colloquialism. Vampires don't dream. I've found from another of yours. She had no dreams, ambitions, dark, deep ambitions, satiating ambitions, if I'm to be honest, craveable ambitions, still, but no dreams. You can imagine this being a problem, and I suspect that your kind will be more suitable to my presence. More suitable than Janet was. Resistant, if you will. Which brings me to my promise, Jaq. For as long as I'm around, you won't be alone. Only nothing. No, nothing can take me away from you, Jaq.
I appreciate that, Mr. Grimm. There ain't a lot of people who stick around. I do have to ask, though. You mentioned there was another of my kind that you went ahead of. Do I know them? Would I have crossed paths with them at any point?
You feel the stinging in your eye and that jolt into your brain one final time, by the way. You get the sense that whatever you know, Mr. Grimm now knows. At least on some level.
Yes. Ashley Dame is Dame. She invited me in, invited me here.
Oh. Well, she seems pretty smart, I guess. If she invited you in, you must be good, right?
Good wouldn't be a term I'd put on my box.
All right, then. You must be worthwhile.
I don't mean you any harm. I can say that with certainty.
Well, that's good, because I don't mean you any harm either, Mr. Grimm.
I can tell you, though, I have a reputation back where I'm from, back in the dreams. I am something of a harbinger. I do not mean any harm to you or yours. I merely wish to be heard, and sometimes what I whisper is painful. The dreams I share, the stories I tell, can hurt.
Do they kill? If people ain't ready for them, like Janet?
Janet didn't survive. But she wasn't herself anymore. Others wanted her dreams for themselves. With their guns and lab coats, they wanted what Janet had in her. And Janet took everything on the inside and made it out. That is an artist, after all. The thoughts on the inside, the dreams on the inside come out. Though, I suppose, Not always with blood and gore.
If you're my friend, if I'm your friend, is that going to hurt others? I don't have dreams myself. I can only have what others do.
A walker, then. I've met one of you before. He brought me here a long time ago, out of the green, out of the dreaming. He walked in and walked out with me in hand, and his hand in mine, a long time ago.
What was his name?
Names aren't really, you understand.
Sorry. Shelley's reaction was just really funny.
He liked the label doctor on his box, though.
That's mine. That's my nonk.
I suppose I see him here. You keep visions of him, stories of him. Yes, yes. That's the one who loved Doctor on his box the most.
Well,
He first opened the door for me to come here all those years ago. For me, something like me. Years and years for you, for me, yesterday.
can Jack do a quick insight into Mr. Grimm's kind of intentions?
I'd like.
How about you
insight check
ask
cosmic
him his
energy.
intentions and then roll the insight?
Okay. Oh, Mr. Grimm, I know what I get from you. I get a friend. I get to not be alone. What do you get from me? Are you lonely?
I've never been asked that. I am alone. In all of the dreaming, there is no other like me.
Well, there ain't a lot of creatures like me either. And there's gonna be one less soon. Maybe we could be alone together.
Less alone than alone and lonely, not the same thing. Yes. Yes, I like that. You want to ask me what I wish to do? To tell stories, to hear, no, consume stories, and to warn you about the nothing. We are You, me, alone together. Yes.
Yeah, we.
The nothing. It is. Everything together alone is where I was born. Someone dreamt me into the nothing, and I escaped, and it wants me back. But not just me. Everyone alone in the nothing.
Well, that don't much sound like a good time.
It is not.
We'll figure out a way to stop it. It's gotta exist, but it don't gotta consume.
Perhaps. Tell me a story, Jack.
All right, let's see.
And we can cut away there to the next person.
This
All
one
right.
time at band camp.
This one time at band camp, there was this boy with a trombone.
So we can take a normal intermission now if I read this other chat correctly, yes?
Yes. Yeah, normal
Yes.
break. Yeah.
Cool.
Be home.
And then we can come back to Ashley on the other half of this thing, and then Sasha murdering. Actually, I think we're gonna to the rhythm of it. We had combat, combat statty. We're gonna have combat statty again.
Also, I wasn't allowed to make the insight check.
Oh, go ahead, make the insight check.
Fantastic.
It wasn't that you weren't allowed to. It was that I neglected.
No,
We'll play it out and then figure out what.
Distracted you, Elle. Trying to make sure you don't do the insight check. Just trying to gaslight
I am,
you.
after all, an unreliable
narrator.
What is my hunger at? It is at this many. Okay, that is a whole 3 successes. Jack's trying.
You do not get the sense that something like Mr. Grimm here is lying to you.
Okay, cool.
You do get a firm sense that Mr. Grimm is not telling you way more than he's telling you.
All right, fantastic. I'll add another item to Jack's to-do list.
And there is a sense of...
Wonderful.
I mean, it's very difficult. Like, I'm not going to insult anybody's intelligence in the audience or cast or players or characters. This is not a capital G good guy. Like, this is not. But it's also not like
Lowercase, maybe lowercase neutral.
Capital D, capital G, bad guy.
Yeah, this is a lot more like a hurricane or like
inevitable,
but also like, I mean, there's just it's like a tornado, it's like it's like Anton Chigurh in No Country for Old Men, who is definitely a elemental force, by the way. There is a sense of dread to him. He often gets, whatever. There's a sense of dread to him. When he says something about how he trades in stories and stuff like that, you get the sense that there is a physical quality to it, or a real quality to it.
I think that Yeah,
And
Jack vibes with this guy.
and if I wasn't explicit, he did just say the good doctor is the one who let him out in the first place.
Yeah, no, that earned a lot of Jack points, because there is like one person that Jack has known from being a vampire to interacting with the coterie, and that's Dr. Traum.
And to be fair, Dr. Traum also told you to be careful about your dream walking, because
Yeah.
da-da-da-da-da. Turns out you might need things like this.
Mhm.
And
you might find a weird lover in the Fae.
I love the idea that like Dr. Traum was like lovers with the like the ancient Fae wild
Yes.
dreaming entity.
This is canon now, unfortunately. There's nothing you can
Oh,
do.
they were totally like
Yeah.
lovers.
Yeah, they touched tips. Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Absolutely. It's canon. And now Statty has yet another name.
Yes.
He's collecting
Mr.
names.
I just
On
And
that,
little do you know, power too. When you give something a name, it gets more power.
true.
I should call him.
All right.
All right.
On that
Right.
note, we break.
Woo.
Be right back, y'all.
Quick.
Roll the frenzy check, right?
You
I think
just
it
opt to not roll to save, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You decide to just go with it.
Let
Do it,
Technically,
man,
I
it's
control your
fun.
character while you're frenzied, but like because of my personal apprehensions when it comes to like
because you're a nice guy. Yeah.
Because
What
he's
it-
a nice guy. This guy
like
right
I
here.
will like assume direct control, quote Mass Effect 2 for like certain
Assuming
specific
control.
assume direct assuming direct control. Like I will for certain, I'll be like, no, I think that but I like in totality like full control of a character.
Oh yeah.
Like I just ain't about certain things.
Yeah,
Welcome back, everybody. I know we were the ones who went away for a little bit, but in a sense,
We're
isn't it
back.
like you
A
went
dinosaur
away?
story.
All right. So technically, Ashley's up next in the initiative of things.
But I feel like that was Sasha going first.
But I feel like that was such a massive RP like lore world building. We need to break it up with just some good old fashioned violence.
Hell yeah.
Kill him, Sash.
So we find ourselves back in the like Pan-Asian, tower pagoda thing. Cheryl has just buried an obsidian blade into the former favorite child, Sasha, and broke it off.
Oh, bitch, I'm still it. Let's fucking go. All right. It's my turn to hit back, right? Because this bitch just... No, she got initiative and
skipped your
for me.
action, actually. So you get to go here, then she'll go, and then we'll have you go again, okay? Because I skipped your action, didn't I? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you kind of did, but that's okay because I'm gonna kick her ass now. I would like to
make up for it. I'll give you 2 actions back to back. How about that?
If you wanna. First of all, I'm gonna make sure. Okay, let's see. Okay, which order?
I am unreliable in initiative order as well.
It doesn't ring the same as unreliable narrator.
Yeah.
So okay, wait. Order of operations. I guess that's not important as long as I remember to do it before this bitch attacks me. I'm gonna rouse the blood for more dice. And do not get hungrier. So that's 3 more dice for an ass whooping. I have 3 hunger. That's okay. So that is I rolled 10 for an ass whooping. Can I just dive at her and attempt to tackle her and jump at her to attack her sort of vibes, like very aggressive.
Strength brawl, basically.
Yep. Oh boy. Aw, god damn it. Wait, no, I don't know how to count. That's 5 successes.
I'm convinced nobody knows how to count. And
apparently we're regressing to the mean here. And I was saving all my good dice rolls for against Rory. You beat her by 2.
Great.
So you will succeed in tackling her to the ground.
Yeah.
Is this a ground and pound or?
Yeah, no. This is a punch her into a pulp. Punch her into a pulp sort of situation.
Okay. I am a man of my word. So as a makeup, I'll allow you to go.
Can I also rouse for my blurred momentum?
Yeah, you may do that. Yeah.
I need to do it. Oh, yikes! I am now at 4 hunger. I'm gonna swap one of those for some of these.
You also did do some damage with the tackle itself, by the way, because you had some differential.
Yeah, yay,
Mhm.
yay. I don't know how much
Yay.
I'm doing. I'm just.
Point of damage, but everything.
It's fine. I wanna just fuck this bitch up, and so I'm at 4 hunger. I mean, also that, sure. I'm gonna rouse the blood again for more attacky powers, and I'm at 5 hunger now. So look, it escalated. It escalated so quickly.
And
Ooh, couple diablerie.
Look,
The couple that diablerie together.
Oh my god, please! Why can I never roll these in pairs? Okay, so the good news is I rolled 6 successes. The bad news is there's a bestial failure.
You mean a
skull.
messy critical skull? Or
No, it's a bestial.
Oh, so like you could potentially.
It's the bestial failure skull. No, I literally only have one of these fuckers, so it's not a crit. It's not even close to being a crit. I only had one, and I'm so mad.
How many
It's
successes?
just a regular 6.
You had 6 successes.
Yeah, just no crits.
Oh, a mere 6 successes. So.
Listen.
All right. So we're gonna half that because it's you're just like so you're like punching. This is vampire on vampire crime, right? This is a ground and pound situation. You take half damage from punches as a vampire.
Yeah.
So
I'll
this
show
is
you
like
who the favorite
this
child
is like
is.
on purpose trying to beat someone to death with like like a chair, like just something not designed for. You're making a statement here is what you're doing.
I'll show you who the favorite child is. Fuck you.
I mean, she's trying to maneuver to have like a favorable guard position in this grapple.
So
but
mad.
You're just pounding into her, and she's kind of getting her arms up.
But
Fuck you're like you're getting that sort of wet meat noise as you're like hitting this corpse and doing some damage.
Okay,
thanks for that,
cool.
Michael. -1 DKP.
Listen, it's fine. Everything's okay.
You can credit me as the Foley artist.
Oh god.
So she in turn is going to essentially try to break grapple, right?
Yep.
You will oppose with that same brawl roll essentially.
Okay, so
and then we'll add in some flavor. Some flavor.
Rouse for frenzy.
If I rouse for 3 more dice, does my defense pool also have 3 more dice? Because it's technically per roll. Is it technically per roll?
Yeah.
Okay, 1, 2, 3,
roll. It's on a
4,
case by
5,
case
6, 7.
basis.
Okay, well, it's fine. This nothing bad can happen here, right?
I feel like you're setting up something bad to happen on purpose.
No,
Depends on how you feel about losing again. Yes.
No, I just mean 5 dice. There's a high 5 hunger dice is a high likelihood that something bad's going to happen, and I can't stop it. I do have a question though.
That's kind of the point of the hunger dice system. Yes.
Blurred momentum is still a thing when I'm defending, right? Like it's going to be harder for her, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Still going.
Good point. Yeah.
Okay, well.
So at this point, she's essentially like your grapple counter grappling. So if she succeeds, she's going to do some damage and like take favorable position in the grapple. Basically roll over on top of you and start hitting you. If you win, you're going to do more damage to her because you maintain your dominance in the position. And
so I just succeeded to rouse for 3 more dice, and it's time for me to assert my dominance.
Yeah.
I hope. This could turn out really bad for me.
Dom that vamp. Dom that vamp.
Well, I won't call this a full dominance.
Was the audience chanting Diob that vamp or
no, Dom?
Yes.
I'm chanting Dom that.
Why not both? Porque los dos?
Okay. Well, how much of a dominant position this is,
As
but
I
it's
take
a solid
purposeful
6.
drink from my coffee cup that says vampire blood. Just
It's a solid 6. Still haven't critted. Still haven't rolled a pair of crits.
another differential of so she essentially like tries to like struggle and like you struggle back and just slap and just smash her across the face again.
Instead of smashing her across the face, can I just headbutt her?
Absolutely.
Fuck you. Nice.
Absolutely. Her nose would be bleeding right now, but vampire, so it's just like this
I don't
putty thing like going on. Initiative. You can go ahead.
I feel like it's just a war of attrition at this point.
Sorry. I was waiting for a moment with you at 5 hunger.
I mean, I am at 5 hunger. What is okay?
You know what won't take forever? Just bite this bitch's neck. You're so
Make a
hungry.
real good.
Just you don't even have to. I'm not telling you to just diablerize it. Nothing so. Passe. Just bite the bitch.
Okay. I have a question.
Maybe just.
I have a question for the ST. It's a brawl check to bite this bitch, correct?
Correct.
Okay, cool.
Sorry for my overusage of the B word, by the way.
Yeah, it's great. I hate this bitch too. I totally get it. Okay. I'm gonna activate Blurred Momentum again and not get hungrier because my dice decided.
It's just if you fail, you frenzy. That's all it is.
Yeah, no, my dice are edging the frenzy. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, I might as well edge other things.
Everyone's favorite word.
Okay,
I feel like we
bad.
need to have an edge jar. Every time someone says the word edge, someone puts like $1 in it, like just.
Okay,
and then we donate that to charity at the end, like
the edging jar
of a season.
Maybe that could be an Gen Con fund.
Nah.
There's not going to be enough money for me to get there, but it's.
I don't know.
Box.
Michael says edging.
You know how many times we say edging?
Michael really likes to say edging.
You might as well just pay for my dick kit outright, but also it's really expensive to fly, and also just. I rolled 3 successes. Unfortunate. I only rolled 3.
So she so you go to like kind of like you just like headbutt her, and then like you're like you're kind of already face to face, and you kind of go to like sink your fangs in, and she takes a page out of your book and headbutts you in the face, like in turn, like kind of struggles her head and just wham. You're gonna take 1 point of used to be called subdual or not subdual.
Superficial.
Yeah, you take 1 point.
Yeah, it's superficial. Great.
I'm sorry, you take 0 points because
Blood momentum.
You just like vibrate out of the way, I guess.
You vibrate through it.
You Wally West through it or whatever.
Well, if you Wally Wested through it, she would then explode. So maybe don't do that.
Who needs a vibrator when you are the vibrator?
True.
All right.
Okay, great.
That was your attempt to bite. She's gonna try to assert her dominance in kind. She's gonna just essentially try to roll you over and bite you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ooh, I have a crit or a bestial failure. This is the greatest dice roll ever. It's either a messy critical or bestial failure.
Now it's getting sexy.
This is the greatest dice roll in the history of Vampire the Masquerade.
Wow. Okay. And
like the sexy time and the either bestial failure or messy critical, like there's no in between. I love this game. I love Vampire the Masquerade so much.
Well, fuck. I think you're gonna get your messy crit. I also have a bestial failure on this, though. There's no way this is gonna end. This is gonna end well for me.
You got any willpower left?
No, I've been raw dogging this with zero willpower for literally 2 sessions. I started this challenge with 0 willpower, but I did roll 2 successes, and there's fucking bestial failure.
All
So,
right. So my
I think
5
you
beats
win.
your 2.
Oh, and you also hit the blurred momentum 5. God damn it! No, you hit the blurred momentum 5. God damn it!
So she has a
Oh,
messy
God.
critical. She's also decently hungry. I'm gonna.
Oh no, I'm gonna be the snack.
Oh baby.
I am. I'm the snack
That
now.
can become a suck off.
Jesus
So
fuck.
I'm going to make you frenzy. Is what I'm going to have you do for bestial failure. Your beast basically just like you feel the fangs
I
come
told
in
you to eat her.
and that like pure survival mode kicks in.
Yep.
You know, like your eyes have that like sort of ravenous, like frenzied look to them. It's kill or be killed right now. You take 2 ag damage from her bite, by the way. I believe the vampire bite is always 2 ag.
Is it a fury frenzy or a hunger frenzy? And is there a difference? Because I don't know, but I'm also taking that too. Ow. I'm on a clock, y'all.
I think the difference is what provokes them, mainly.
Okay. All right. Well, it doesn't matter because, ow.
Meanwhile, so this is her messy critical. In her messy, she tears a just chunk of your neck away.
Whoa.
She is just like, you hear her murmur, "Fuck this. Why not?" She's like, "I'll be the favorite daughter." In essence, and she just she goes in.
She's gonna deocularize Sasha. Holy fuck. Okay, cool. What's happening now? That's her turn.
Now
right?
you have to.
Eating?
Uh-huh.
She's eating me? Okay,
she's beginning the process of eating you, yes.
But hey, when she admitted you're the favorite daughter.
It's true.
Oh,
yeah. Or for the first time,
you have the spiritual victory.
How old are you in the 6th grade?
12, 11, 11, 12.
Yeah, all right. My
11.
I should know 12. So I'm 40. This math should be easy. What is that? 28?
38. No, wait. 28. Sorry.
For the first time in 28 years, I might have a player get Diablerized. 28 years of Vampire the Masquerade running it.
Suck off.
Yo. Okay, wait. Okay, this is just Sasha operating out of like pure fucking rage and fury, right? So she's trying to bite back, and I finally rolled my crit. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Wait. 7 successes. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 7 successes for a counter bite. Just like this. My turn.
Sasha cast counter bite.
So you're
it was super.
Did you roll your frenzy test, by the way?
Ride that wave.
I thought you
Ride
said
that wave.
I thought you said that you just make me frenzy. I assumed that.
Sure, yeah, you're just frenzied. Sure.
Yeah, I'm just already frenzied. I'm right. Oh wait, does that mean I have all of those bonuses?
Yep,
Is it 2 or 3?
3 because I keep it consistent around here. It's just easy to remember. It's 3. You reroll 3 dice with willpower. You know, it's 3 when you surge.
3 to frenzy.
Yep, 3 to frenzy.
It's 8 successes. Jacked up, frenzied bitch. Let's go. Nom nom nom. Let's see who finishes their meal first.
All right, so you tear. See, she's already torn
it's a
like
pie eating contest.
She like tore a chunk out of your throat, right? And you just essentially lean. By lean into it, I mean you just like continue, and you're like, "Fuck this," and you rip more of yourself away, essentially. So you've like just jugular exposed and stuff, and you grab her by the hair and and you go in. We are going to switch from traditional combat rules to what I call my arm wrestling rules, quote unquote. I invented some arm wrestling rules for Rift
Oh my god.
a while ago.
Arm wrestling?
Yeah.
No, this is just straight up who's
I mean, this is what it
strongest.
is. It's just like a just back and forth trying to Diablerize each other. Okay.
That's a fuck off. Yeah.
Should you choose to not Diablerize at the very end of the
Oh
conclusion
no,
of
at
the
the
arm
very
wrestling
end,
contest?
I will tell you right now, this is Diablerie o'clock, and I'm
All right.
doing it.
So you're frenzying anyway. All right. Cool.
Yeah,
So what we're gonna
no,
do is essentially imagine arm wrestling, right?
sure. Yeah.
You have losing,
Come on.
about to lose, lost. Okay.
Okay. It's like 3 levels.
And
Okay.
it's going to go back and forth. Okay.
Mhm. Sure.
When you lost, you're Diablerized. If they've lost, they're Diablerized. And we're just going to go back and forth with our brawl rolls. Okay. Nothing
Okay.
fancy. It's just.
I have a question.
Yes.
I was able to bite, correct, with my 8 successes?
Yeah, you did 2. You did 2 egg.
Okay. Am I able to scale it back on my hunger, or am I still at 5 hunger? Are we just gonna do it 5 hunger and keep it consistent?
We're just gonna go like John Wick movie action mode. Like you can slake 1 hunger. By the way, you can be to 4.
Sure.
You'll be at less after the conclusion of this.
Sure.
Because the dead don't have hunger, or if you're whatever. By the way,
Sure.
If you have a chance of possessing her if she Diablerizes you, so that should make you feel good. Like you end up possessing her. So even if you're Diablerized, it's not you're not dead yet.
No, but Rory will. It's if I.
But
come
then
back
you'll
in
learn: does
different
Rory
body-
love you for you, or does he love you for dead ass?
Oh, he definitely loves me for that ass. We already know that.
Well, yeah.
I mean, see, this chick is also super hot, so
Yeah.
I
She's
mean,
pretty hot.
No,
but he's
but
like,
it's so
he's
such a
switching
red
from like
flag
a
when
redhead
you're
to
a
a blonde
girlfriend.
though, or whatever, and like I don't know.
Yeah,
If that's
but like the red. No, but it's such a red flag when you come home in a different body. Like, oh man. Okay.
That is kind of true.
All right, so we're doing. We're gonna use my arm wrestling rules. All right, they're pretty simple.
Yeah.
Pretty simple. So you're gonna roll your just brawling back and forth. Yeah.
Can I use my blurred momentum to kind of basically hinder your check?
Nope. We're just in a simplified like struggle, like mortal struggle. And it's not necessarily that like I bite you, she bites you. It's really more that you're in this like this like sort of back and forth like this just entrenched grapple where you're struggling for fight, and the next person who gets their fangs in is just gonna like clench down. And it's over. Yeah, you like have this like vice lock on each other, and you're just
okay. I rolled 7 successes.
Okay, that's a good roll.
Who's better at using a straw? This is the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no straw.
So she's losing.
Great. Let's do it again.
You sort of like you have your fangs like back over her neck,
Wait, how many of those are successes? I really get to like, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 7. Another 7. Another casual 7.
She's about to lose. Roll again.
Yeah.
Diableize that bitch.
One
Diableize that bitch.
One more.
Diableize her.
Oh,
Suck
she's
her
fucked.
dry.
Put her in your mouth. Put her
She
in your
is
mouth.
so fucked. Okay, 1, 2. Wait. 1, 2,
Welcome to the
3,
club.
4.
All I can think about is the
9.
don't put it in your mouth ad.
9. Shit.
9.
I was proud
9?
of her 7. So she has lost. Congratulations.
Now comes the fun
Resolve
part.
Diablerie. We will resolve the rules of Diablerie in a moment.
Sure. I just did it.
Why don't
I did
you
it.
describe to me, in your own words, how this mortal struggle sort of plays out?
I would like to, if you would allow me, because I want it to be as gory
I thought that
and
might be a little
violent.
bit more of a back and forth. No, that was actually pretty cleanly over the top your
No,
victory.
Okay, so if anything, I'm over the top with this kind of shit. So if you'll indulge my
wrestling movie, sorry.
If you'll indulge my hyper-violent tendencies here at this table, if it's possible, I don't know how possible this in Sasha's current state of her just like ripping her arm out of its socket and just like drumstick style start drinking from that. And then,
I
don't know.
have so many words for you right now, Anne. The first is cool.
One of them.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, is it cool?
Yeah, no,
cool
but I think this is like a you like go in and just so like I'm gonna say that like this grapple.
I don't know.
Because this is like you're rolling around on the ground, like there's things getting smashed around, right? And one of the first things is she brings her arm in, to kind of like peel you in. She's going in, and you basically pull some jujitsu stuff and hyperextend her arm and break it out of the socket type thing. You haven't ripped it off yet, but you like hyperextend it, ultra violence, bam.
Yeah, okay. That makes more sense.
And so it's just useless, and that's where you go ahead and then that arm it becomes useless.
I'm just like start eating off the arm, ripping the vampire flesh off this arm and start just eating
you drink
and
her blood.
blooding.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You but when you diablerize a vampire, you don't just like drink their blood, you drink their essence.
No.
And I will say that you can absolutely have that that drumstick at the end where you have absorbed her essence, you just put down the foot on her ribs and rip that arm off and like make sure you suckle the last bits of vitae that you might have missed.
Like my beast would be like super proud because my beast was all like eat her and then she's just like basically making sure she's cleaned her plate, so to speak.
Oh yeah, no.
Just drink her dry like pretty hardcore.
This is a pie eating contest for sure.
Right now,
she won the pie.
Ambrose isn't there, but if Ambrose were, his words would be something along the lines of, "That was so brutal and disgusting. You're awesome." Like something along those lines where like he's just like so brutal and disgusting and just
so proud of you.
Visceral. You're wonderful. How amazing you are. Like, it'd be like he'd just
no thanks to you.
But we'll come back.
Brutality.
We will come back. Oh yeah, this is brutality, not even a fatality. We will come back to the rules of Diablerie to see if she possesses you, and it's actually her win in the end.
You lose a life.
Awesome.
You use a you lose a humanity off the bat.
Immediately lose a humanity. By the way.
Yeah.
But
love this for me.
Back to that.
Six is not the handicap y'all think it is.
Because Ashley Dame, Dante agrees. By the way, Ashley Dame.
Wait, am I still hungry? I feel like if
you're good. You get to go to 0. By the way, you get to go to 0.
Yeah, 0 hunger. Fuck yeah, let's go.
For the first time in like years, Sasha is no longer like you don't feel those pangs in your soul. Like you don't. The beast is 100% quiet, not a whisper, not a discordant noise.
Like, how'd you like that? And the beast is just
and then
like
it just
crickets.
fades away into the background, just like, and then nothing, peace and quiet, a still mind for the first time in you don't know how long. The beast is always there as like a little bit of like you may not be able to like translate it or hear it, but like or not hear it, understand it, but it's always like whispering, it's always nudging you for the first time in how long.
Probably whenever she killed that one girl. And
I definitely killed 0 hunger kill once before at least.
So they often say that it's feeling the heartbeat stop that slakes that last point of hunger. In your case, it's getting a drummy. Okay,
it's getting a
drum check.
Listen.
Meanwhile, your inner Lexi's all.
Oh yeah, no, that bitch is yelling in my ear or something. I imagine that.
Oh, her voice also gets more distant.
Bye,
Ashley
Felicia.
Dane, you have hurriedly like tossed on like a robe or your clothes. Which was it? I'm sorry. Was it like
Clothes.
clothes?
I was
You
tempted
know,
to go full naked, but I was just like clothes.
and
Ambrose doesn't deserve that.
where were you rushing? Were you rushing to back to the crowd to support your coterie? Were you going to go do some espionage work? What was the intent here?
Ashley was about to
the
be a little
final
tattletale.
gurgled and horrible screams just sort of like become distant in that tower, and we find ourselves
Ashley was
following
about
Ashley.
to become a little tattletale and try to get Ambrose to get rid of a fucking Fae being and throw it into the pit of nothing.
It might be more accurate to say like a Fae god.
Fae god,
Like
Fae upper, archfey.
Archfey, yeah.
Forgot about it.
Forgot about it.
Nice. Pun XP acquired.
We have 2. That's great.
Good job.
So you sort of rush your way up toward Ambrose, right?
Well, when we left off, it was Ashley had her hand kind of curled into Statty's with like
that's right.
the good one, and she was going to use a bit of her celerity to kind of grab the face and without looking at him, because that's how she gets rid of him, is looking at him. So she's gonna kind of do a Jason and the Gorgon type of situation and just stab blindly. I can give fucking mythological things too, kids.
Perseus?
Was it Perseus?
Yeah, Jason's with the Argonauts. Perseus
yeah.
is with the Gorgon Medusa.
Okay.
And accidentally kills his dad or whatever, right? Like,
yeah.
Go ahead and roll a melee. I will allow this roll.
All right. Can I buff my roll?
Just do whatever you may in a normal melee strike situation. Yeah.
All right. So she is going to. I'm going to roll to. Doesn't get hungrier.
Yay.
Okay.
Sweet. So add 3 die. Add 1 for dagger. Add 3 for melee.
Mm-hmm.
And then 1 blood die and 2 for dex. So, all right. Possible bestial failure.
That's amazing.
This is with the mirror dagger?
Yep.
Okay. The mirror blade.
The mirror. Not the mirror blade, the Fey blade.
Or the Fey
blade.
There's
there's the mirror blade and then there's the Fey blade.
Yeah, one's for like lunar creatures like werewolves and the like, and one's the
Do I want to use my last willpower?
We have another fight to do.
Yeah. Okay, I won't.
Theoretically, there's still a whole nother challenge here.
Yeah.
I've been raw dogging it 0 willpower for like 3 sessions.
True.
I would not recommend it.
It's got wild. And we're not down to the island level yet.
New merch alert.
New merch alert.
New merch
I see
alert.
you working.
5. Actually, can I add celerity to it?
No. It doesn't work that way.
Well, I tried.
So I mean, if you have 5 celerity, you can be attacking as though people have defense 1.
No.
Okay. Now here's the thing. So you have your willpower score, right? You know, you might have 5 willpower or something like that, or 4 willpower. What is the empty trackers of your willpower? I'm not talking about like willpower expenditure. I mean like whatever your max
what do
willpower is, what is the empty amount? Yeah.
4.
Okay, cool. You See, when you like have a crush on someone, or like when you first hold, or that first time you like hold hands, there's this like you can't describe it any other way but than electricity, right? There's that like grabbing Statty's hand feels almost like that. It feels, in fact, very similar to that, except for the twinge of pain, like a waking limb. And you manage to sort of hold on to something, that feeling of the tingling limb that sort of emanates up through your arm, and sort of like stops at the elbow, and it basically stops because at some point you're no longer holding his arm, and you manage to thrust and stab. And everything goes white around you. Because I know how much you love being trapped in other dimensions.
Yay!
Cut to
No.
Amazing.
I hate it here.
So the terrain around you
Should have just gone to
is
Ambrose. Fuck.
like, so objects are sort of like shifted a little bit beside where they were when you were standing in before you stabbed Statty. Everything sort of shifted a little bit to the side, and it's all sort of almost like pencil etched, like you're in the concept sketches.
Like that one music video from the 80s.
No, not
Take on Me.
Yeah,
No,
Take
not
on
that.
Me.
No. It's more ghost like ghost forms,
Okay.
where you can sort of make out the ridges and edges of things, but they're all sort of wispy and shifted. It's like when Frodo puts on the ring.
Oh, okay.
It's like when Frodo puts on the One Ring.
not the other ring.
A little bit like that. But there is this emerald light at the tip of your blade. A familiar voice, just sort of not so much in your ear or beside you, all around you this time. I thought we had an accord, Ms. Dame. This strikes me as betrayal.
I mean, you betrayed me first.
The words of somebody trying to justify behaviors and retroactively scramble for.
Do not try to gaslight me. I was married to a narcissist for a very long time.
In what way did I betray you?
Your tricks. Your little half measures. Your having to be here.
I must admit, a desire to be here is something I struggle with. But I've encountered many of The denizens of this plane struggling with a similar feeling of displacement.
That's mortality in general. That's
You know, mortality isn't something that I contemplate. And something I
obviously,
imagine
and that's
getting
why you don't
distant
get
from
the
you.
constant loneliness, the constant bitterness, the constant need, the constant hunger.
And you
It's
know
always
all
a
about hunger, don't you?
Of course. It's been my constant friend since way too long.
Friend. I wasn't under the impression that you kept many friends, Miss Dame. I've been in that head of yours. I count 0. You have pets.
uh, you're funny when you're trying not to struggle, when you're trying to hold on.
What is it I'm holding on to, Miss Dame?
Your grip on this reality. Not on reality in general. Your grip in this reality.
Let me tell you a secret that aeons of existence have imparted on me. Reality is overrated, Miss Dame. One day you'll learn that.
But not today. And she just keeps pushing it and even like unleashes the hand and like tries to force it.
You wish to be free this much? It's okay, I've made a new friend.
And I'll make sure that you're not attached to them for very much longer.
Your wealth can't pay every price, Miss Dame.
Oh. But influence in other deals can.
You misunderstand the price you'd pay to remove me from my new friend. All that shimmers and shines, all that's revered. I don't know that you're ready to pay so much. Goodbye for now.
You're back where you stood, and for the first time
GTF.
in forever, you feel this weight, the like when you have like a panic attack or anxiety struggle, and everything about you pulls inward, and you don't even realize it until you like finally exhale, and then and your shoulders relax, and you are able to like let your arms move away from your chest for the first time in a while. No constant shadow in the peripheral of your vision. No figure looming behind you. No feeling of. And then the burst happens. Your eye, that static, the one that was scribbled over, you begin to hear the scribbling noises, not just the static, the actual scrawling and scribbling. Your eye in your skull is rattling about, spinning in place like a top. No. Tops only go in one direction. This is spinning in all directions. Friction. Is it on fire? It must be on fire. No, it's definitely on fire. It's going to explode. A searing pain for a moment goes cold hot. And then you feel something burst. Ashley Dame's world explodes. And then there is black. The only one who has a shot at all of hearing this is Jaq. Jaq, roll the greatest awareness check in the history of vampire.
Okay,
Of
greatest.
If you have
awareness.
heightened sentences, you're fine.
Does Jaq have heightened? Jaq doesn't have heightened senses. I got other shit. I had other stuff to prioritize.
Yeah. You see a flash of that like little bit of green, that emerald light that on the tip of your blade right before your world explodes.
Okay, come on, buddy. Okay, well we have
So it's gonna be wit awareness.
No.
we have one
Let's
success
see.
on the hunger die. We have one hunger die success. So now it's just
You'll be fine, by the way, Ashley. It's
The eye grows back.
yeah.
Yeah. It'll take a few days.
Maybe.
That is now 2 coterie members who have lost eyes, by the way.
all right.
Boom.
That
Hey,
is
Even
Ashley
unlocked.
only lost one. Rory lost both.
Touche.
Sure.
that
I think
is
it's both, yeah.
7
We're 3 eyes.
successes because the 2 crits become they like multiply themselves like little rabbits, right?
Yeah, so it's
Somewhere,
more.
yep.
Yes.
Somewhere rattling its way through the halls. You know, like it's got like a big hall, like any like sports stadium, like the tunnel, you know, that you would enter through. Somewhere rattling its way into that tunnel, you hear a scream. Sounds. Is that the crits? By the way, you would have at 7. You hear the scream. At
Okay.
7, getting there with the critical, is that actually?
Oh, Jack's booking it. It's booking it time.
It's booking in
They-
time.
They're gonna. Where's my unseen passage?
I mean,
Unseen
what if it's
passage
just
is
the
gonna
world's
be
best
up.
orgasm?
Does it sound like the world's best orgasm, Mem?
Roll to detect world's best orgasm.
Okay, what do I roll to detect world's best orgasm?
Hold on.
Hold on.
Let's
What's
see,
awareness?
manipulation,
Man-
resolve.
Excuse me. Okay, sure.
This is why I'm the best.
This
This is
this
why I'm the
sounds-
best storyteller in the world of darkness.
That's
what
4
this sounds-
successes to
It
detect
is
the
not
best.
the world's best orgasm.
Okay, not the world's best orgasm.
Actually, kind of the inverse of what must
okay,
be the
world's worst non-orgasm.
Yeah.
It's not an orgasm and it sucks.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's an orgasm.
Oh,
Oh, that's fun. That's fun.
That's
All right.
terrible.
So
and this adventure has everything. Right
the
now.
ice cream.
Eyes exploding.
And we're not done
diablerie,
yet.
Fireball.
So Jack
new
stops.
packs with otherworldly
What are they?
entities.
Jack stops their story
Jeff Goldblum.
to Mr. Grimm, and they are going to activate Unseen Passage and scuttle over to where they think they heard the scream.
Cool. Oh no, it's not that you finished the story. Like it's not that you stop the story. Maybe you do stop the story, but like you were, all these things were happening simultaneously. So
Okay.
you would have gotten to tell some of the story at the very least.
Yeah.
Which
I
will
think-
allow us to go back to my initial plan, because I can't wait for you to tell a story to end the adventure tonight. Like just a little, blurb or a
I
teaser or
actually
whatever.
I chose it thematically based off of Jack's feelings towards Mr. Grimm.
Oh.
It's gonna be fun. But now we
Weird
find
one.
ourselves back
Instagram.
with the Rorys.
Rory time!
It's
Rory
Rory
time.
time, kind of like story time.
I really didn't want Rory to Diablo-ize before Sasha. Had to beat him there.
Is that what that was?
Fuck yeah.
Of course.
Actually,
That's
if you
how
think about it,
initiative
they're going
works.
to do it at the
Sasha-
same time, so it's like completing
Same
at the same
time.
time.
Yeah.
Sasha,
We'll
Oh.
climax
Sasha,
together.
It's not
Sasha
that
wants
hard. You
to
just have to
win the
communicate with
eating
each other.
contest. Sasha wants to win the eating contest.
Pie eating contest.
Look,
On
That's it.
such notes, so seeing what just happened to Consta Rory hanging on a thread, flashing to
One
what-
damage coma, 2 damage dead, by the way.
yeah, flashing to the decision that Rory pushed Sasha into that cost him his Lexi. May I lose my shit?
do you need permission to lose your shit?
I want words.
Oh boy.
You
I think
ripped this man's Lexi away, and now he's going to die because of you two. Like, sure, it's not you, right? But it's a version of you.
it's still here because of me. This is not how this ends.
Down. You may frenzy. You may ride the wave.
All right.
Welcome to Rot Shrek, my friend.
Yeah. The blood vessels rise to the top of his skin, forming all of those intricate runes. Flame actually shoots from his eyes a little bit. Just... turns back to Consta. You might want to run. I'm going to leap at Dark Rory. Thanks first.
Fucking cool. So you can roll a dexterity brawl if you'd like, because you're more dex based, or strength brawl. You know, so, dealer's choice.
Yeah.
Simultaneously, Consta is going to use the wind he's been summoning to like blast himself away, basically, and build some distance. Or no. This is fine. This is fine. No, he needs to use that wind that he's been summoning.
4, 5. I'm unfortunately bad at this, but this is where we live.
What
I
if
hope
you
you're-
weren't bad at it?
Wow, Elle just said get good.
Listen,
Get good, gamer.
can I still rouse
So
for more days?
yeah, you can. It's fine.
You know, if you
Your
had
blood.
higher blood
I
potency,
mean, there's no
you'd get
point to
more
it, so I
dice.
think you just kind of successfully do it. And
Yeah.
I know that was like an L statement, but I can't help but
It's so
feel
funny.
that Jaq might have had a thought
Jack's
on,
like, get good.
or something.
Jack would have
you know,
absolutely had a thought of get good.
to which
Don't suck,
I have a
Rory.
lot of brawl. Okay?
Yeah.
He could
Rory's not built
No.
to fight people.
he could dream.
Oh my god,
Aren't
Rory
willing.
just gets...
Where he's better.
Rory...
What do you mean? A world where he's better.
I mean, every action begins as a thought or a dream, does it not?
Literally the worst.
Show me how to do it.
What I'm
Remember.
saying, Jack, is there's so much potential when you embrace the stories,
Don't
And-
fuck me.
the dreams.
Just a lingering little thought as you sprint invisibly.
Invisible sprinting.
After a willpower.
I want you to know I didn't even look at the dice that I rolled for Dark Rory.
Yeah.
I will now look down.
Yeah, listen, I won't hate it if Dark Rory tags in.
Rory's aren't good at this. Let's hope. Yeah.
Is Dark Rory an upgrade in Brawl and things? Because that might work out for me. No. I'm
Wow! The shade!
That's Anne being shady.
No, it's funny.
It's fine.
It is
It
fun.
is funny.
+1 for shade. +1 XP for shade. What's the what are we at here?
I got 4 successes. After a willpower.
Tie goes to my frenzying willpowered player. You are reminding the universe that you are still Rory Prime, motherfucker. And so this will launch onto him with the 2 ag, and now you've established a grapple that you're in.
Yeah.
Eat this guy. Eat this whole man.
How's your health looking, by the way?
3 superficial, 2 ag, and I have 8 total currently.
Oh, speaking of which, does Ashley take any damage from that eye explosion?
I guess one
got
ag.
Only
just one ag.
But the real damage is in here.
it's funny. Like
It's the other stuff that's
Ashley being the only one to ever survive an eye explosion.
yeah.
And
So
not get
when it
damaged.
happened to Janet
Imagine that.
Wicks, do you remember? It's still one of my favorite descriptions in the history of this game.
It was
I remember the
awful.
painting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hated it.
So you weren't here, Elle. Janet Wicks's brains exploded all over a wall behind her.
Oh
and,
yeah.
And the brains all
mural.
like were drawings of all of her thoughts and ideas.
Wow, that's so cool.
If we ever get there, there are photos.
So
Ooh.
fucking metal. I want to hire one of my favorite concept artists to where could you someone's ideas exploding all over a wall, except
That's
it's also
so
their
cool.
brains. Yeah.
Man, I would love that.
See, she was an artist, but anyway.
Artists out there, do that for us, please. Thanks.
Wasn't immortal. Turns out.
Don't explode your brain.
Guess
Well,
who is
draw them
immortal? Maybe.
So do you 2
Cautionary
ag?
tale.
Don't make deals with weird static boys. Just make good art.
Diablerie is not the worst decision that was made on this island.
That is unfortunately true. Jaq is
So-
rocking, I think, 3 of the top 5 worst decisions.
You're riding
made
the
on
wave,
this
right?
island.
Yes.
Is riding the wave better than sex?
Depends on who you are.
We're going to use
Depends on
our
if
arm
you're
wrestling
good.
rules. Modified.
Yeah.
Because Dark Rory, just for speed's sake, I want to wrap this up decently. Modified arm wrestling rules. Every roll you lose, since he's not really trying to diablerize you, he's got gas in the tank and some spells. Every opposed roll you lose will result in you taking damage. Okay.
Okay.
So modified rules, because okay.
Counting.
There is no version of
5.
Rory that actually wants to do a Diablerie? This isn't fun.
Oh, Dark Rory does, but he's not in the. It's more that he would diablerize him. He's trying to get the upper hand first, and wasn't not the same situation. He'd be hitting him with spells, doing stuff. We'll get to that.
A little shit.
I know you are, but I'm gonna. I always punish people who do stuff like that by over explaining things. And
Yeah, I get it. Punishment received.
Okay.
Is it fury? Is it guilt? Is it hunger? Yes.
Hasn't gone to Taco Bell in a few days, and he's mad.
God, I want Taco Bell so bad right now. Fucking cheesy gordita crunch, get in my
The
body.
closest Taco Bell is literally an hour away, and I'm sad about it. They do have Taco Bells now in the Philippines, which is kind of crazy.
Okay, what I
right.
really want is like hot wings.
Mm.
I need to
Fair.
have that.
How many?
That's what I had this.
How many?
this
I have 7 of
evening.
these.
Dinner.
I have 7 of these.
I had 2 slices of pizza.
We
I
believe in
don't
you.
like spicy food. I'm
Rory
kind of
Prime.
lame.
I don't know what I had.
We are in full bad decision mode, so let's blow through our willpower.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
That is true. We are in full bad decision mode.
Oh, no.
5 possible bestial failure.
Fuck.
Oh no.
It is
Oh.
a bestial failure.
Oh
So here's
fuck!
what's going to happen. You're at neutral. Dark Rory in like pulls whatever like ambient blood from the area is there, plus the blood that he's gashed out, and he essentially goes like full carnage. And you get impaled with like these like pseudopods and blades and shit. And you go, and as you like fail, like he actually starts using your blood. See, blood sorcerer uses their blood to power their spells and stuff like that. Well, it turns out
My blood is his blood.
yeah. And your blood begins to like sort of like rip out of you. And like it's sort of like it's like raining invertedly out of your back as he like just punches and like stabs you with these tendrils from him, these carnage like pseudopods, right? And as he sort of makes that first stab, he connects it and he starts warping and willing your body, and you're going to go to losing to almost lost. You're going to go down 2. Bloodbenders are fucking dope. I thought Bloodbenders just had lightning power, though. Like, I thought that was their thing.
What?
No,
dear
they-
God.
No, they
No.
Because,
do
like, they
puppet.
recognize that water is... Yeah.
They
Yeah,
puppet
yeah.
man.
I just
don't like
had a
Let's do
very
it again.
serious realization.
Yep.
I don't. This is going to be a bad outcome for Sasha.
And then you're going to take
if it goes
a notch of damage,
superficial.
I'm incredibly stressed about this, but as long as Constant Rory survives, everything will be fine.
Constant Rory, so as this is happening, Lost Rory
You
kind of
said
like walks
super-
slowly over to him. Yeah, superficial. It's not
Okay.
I only take the one superficial in this case, by the way, because it was one roll. It wasn't. I said losses, not notches. You know, like it was still just the one. So you're not going to take 2. You take just the one superficial. He doesn't necessarily do like constant ag and although ripping somebody's blood from their own body. No,
It's fine.
Vampires
It's
use
fine.
their own blood all the time. That
Yeah,
wouldn't-
blood grows back.
like he's desiccating you, sure, but that's like he's forcefully desiccating you, basically.
But I think I might be taking some of that back. How do you feel about a 9 messy critical?
I feel like that's pretty metal. So on account of the messy critical, you're gonna go 2 notches back up to neutral. Because you would, if you can imagine that arm wrestling, like that hand is hovering right above the table, right? Like you're like so. This is why I made the arm wrestling rules. It makes situations like this actually kind of compelling and cool. And I made them
It's so
for
fun.
arm wrestling because there weren't arm wrestling rules in a game we were playing. So yeah, you basically like sink those teeth in. You're scrambling around. Like you might have even this might even be one of those scenes where you pull out your sword, right? You manage to get your sword and like stab it, like pin him into the ground. It's narrative mode. This is accounting for a lapse of time, like multiple rounds of combat.
I think
right?
so. I still have telekinesis active, so we're probably like floating, spinning slowly.
Yeah. Yeah,
They're
so
like
it's not like
matrixing the pool.
instantaneous, mind you. This is to sort of
Yeah.
condense what would be a bigger
Yeah,
combat.
the
So it's,
moment,
there's a,
yeah.
it is a battle. It is a struggle.
Wizard
Yeah.
fight, best wizard fight ever. Am I right?
Yeah, this whole exchange, because the one thing Lord of the Rings got wrong, a bunch of other
Was
stuff,
the
but the thing
wizard
they got the
fight.
most wrong was the wizard fight. Just breakdancing wizards, disgusting. This is what wizards fight looks like.
If
Uh,
if Dark Rory wins, Sasha will have been 2 for 2 for
You know, the
boyfriends
best thing
going
here,
evil.
Rory is the worst wizard in this group of Rory's.
it is. You're not bad, but I'm just
not hyper focused like they are. Yeah.
I followed the assignment. I used a classic thaumaturgy, so I went through and I handpicked the classic thaumaturgy stuff. Also, some of the stuff they're doing is really normal stuff. I'm just embellishing it visually.
Yeah. But a lot of that blood stuff Rory avoids. A lot of that blood magic is not good.
I mean,
stuff
the one thing
in
is
his
just
mind.
basic blood bolt, man. Like it really is really cool spell, really straightforward.
But like, some of the upper level stuff. Yeah.
I'm
and
having...
the storm is fucking infernalism. So packs with demons. Let's go. Anyway, as this is unfurling, Lost Rory walks ominously and slowly. No. Vampire Hunter D. There's a character named Grove, and there's this part where he goes into a coma so that he can become a ghost and shoot people with psychic laser beams. I guess it makes total sense. And Grove just like floats through and he's just zapping people with lasers. It's super dope. Lost Rory just begins to Grove float toward Constantine Rory. And like this pool, like these like
I hope you got it, buddy.
Micro pools and swirls of blood are sort of spiraling around him. They're not following like natural like wind patterns anymore. They're these like ominous spirals, these familiar spirals to somebody. Stares at Ashley Dame, who's in a coma or whatever. But for all of us who've been playing the game for a while, we've seen these spiral patterns. And these little spirals of blood around Lost Rory. And he just Grove floats towards Constantine Rory. Constantine Rory. He's got even like the two hands out to the side and these spirals around them of blood. Or above them, sorry. It's my turn to arm wrestle you in turn, so I'm going to go ahead and roll for Dark Rory. Bleh. Let's go, Rory.
7. Bestial failure?
Losing.
Possibility.
No.
But 7.
He's you shift him to losing. All right. And then the coolest thing ever. Friend Rory has been storing his elementalism. You know, like he swirled it around his feet and stuff like that. He lights a cigarette because he's not addicted to T-Bell in his world. He's a smoker instead. So he lights a cigarette and like goes up on one elbow and he looks up at Lost Rory and he's like, so demon, and now what we've known outside the meta knowledge becomes in character knowledge. Which one? One of the lower ones, I suspect. You'll get to meet him soon enough. Nods and like takes a drag of the cigarette and just like blows a little bit, and all the trees on the island begin to bend, and then a massive wind torrent blasts the Lost Rory just into the stadiums, busting and knocking aside a bunch of stone benches and shit.
Nice.
The attendant next to Ambrose is like, do we do ring outs? Ambrose is like, we do now. And then we cut back to Rory.
That's my little guy. I'm gonna put him in my pocket and carry him around. He's so cool. I love him.
Nah, buddy.
You made him into Constantine, so I had to give him like pure Constantine moment, right? Like,
Oh,
where he
yeah.
just, like... Wind Blast is one of my favorite spells of all time, by the way.
It's so cool.
60-mile-an-hour gust of wind at somebody.
I love it.
Just like it's not about the damage; it's just about rolling somebody.
Okay. Worth it, actually.
I'm gonna roll.
Seven again.
Drama of you drinking the soda. 5. He had 5. So he's at about to lose now.
Oh
All
my
right,
God.
one more. So Constantine Rory, like just, like, and he's like kind of rolling over. He's lost a shit. He's human, by the way. Like he is fucking human.
I know.
He like rolls
buddy.
over and he's like basically crawling toward you at this point. Because that
Not towards me. No.
Yep.
Don't
Yep.
leave.
Yep.
Oh.
Meanwhile,
I said one.
Meanwhile,
Can't-
Lost
oh,
Rory
man.
like sort of stands up in the stands and like
So
begins like moving toward, and then begins moving toward the stadium, and like he sees the shimmer of the red dome that he's been blasted out of. Like narrows his eyes towards all of you, and then he still has these open wounds from his blood magic, and just begins to drip a spiral onto the ground. And slowly this little vortex of blood opens up in the earth, and he steps into it, and he doesn't like teleport or go through a portal. It's like a flesh melding. It's like he melts and is pulled into the earth itself. Your roll.
So that's going to be a problem later.
You think?
Y'all thought Dark
Yeah.
Rory was the big bad evil guy. It's the one who actually... Never mind.
The one that got away.
It's the fucking Infernalist.
Oh, and he accidentally ties into the shit he's about to find out. Like, there's a whole, like, cult just ready for him to show up.
Good for
and,
him,
like,
honestly.
give them proper direction, you know, that they've lacked.
Nope. This is bad decision land. So here we go.
The only good decision that was made on this island was when Sasha decided to leave.
True. I mean, I don't know. I think
You
that
know?
Ashley
This
getting
is the
down and
island of
dirty
bad
with
decisions.
the hot lady is a good decision. I think
Alright.
we should have more lesbian experiences on this island.
That's why I had to get rid of that
Yeah.
masculine voice in my head.
Oh, so real, so real.
Daddy was cock
You know?
blocking you the entire
Just these
time.
little
Daddy was cock
outside
blocking me.
tag for y'all. What
See,
do you got?
Jack hasn't had the like.
6.
I mean, you did catch on fire at the end here. You shot all the way down to almost like finished, and then boom, you finished the struggle and Diablo rise successfully. Your darker half. Now, I'm going to
Now
skip
we get to
ahead a little
solve the
bit.
question, though. Is it Diablerie?
Philosophically to be answered later. We're going to keep
Listen.
moving as Constantine Rory like rolls over to you, or not rolls. He kind of finally like finished crawling over to you, and like you have like in the classic like exaggerated art pose, like your coat, you know, tails are like twice as long as they should be and ragged, right? Like they just look like gnarly and totally sweet. And you have yourself in your own arms. And you have like Constantine Rory sort of like off to the side by your like thigh, hip kind of off diagonal, like reaching up like a Frank Frazetta painting with one his other hand like sort of gripping a clutch of your coat on your back. So he's got your back, he's got you kind of by the back, and he's reaching up to you, and his head slinks down as he seems exhausted and to do everything, and you finally sort of on your knees, and you've got yourself that you've just diablerized, and you've diablerized yourself. So one, you consume the essence, but also the husk turns to this just ash, and just for an evening of powerful winds manipulated by sorcerers of all kinds, the ashes just sit there, almost like a chalk pattern in place. The wind is utterly still. We'll get to the rules of Diablerie later, and on whether or not Dark Rory is the one. It's okay. Dark Rory is totally not the one in you. I'm just gonna give you that one. It's Rory. However,
no problem. I'm still frenzying.
No. You sliked it.
No, when you diablerize, you go to 0 hunger. That's one of the perks of Diablerie.
Oh
No.
And you lose a humanity.
He was at 9. He has 1 to spare.
Yeah, he's
No big deal.
or because he took out a BBG, he gets to 10.
Constantine Rory, like, again, he's got the little clutch of your thing. He lets his hand slide down your back to where he's got both.
In that case, if I'm dropping,
he's got both, and then he sort of like comes over. Was it?
What did I do?
He's all of him's gone.
Sorry.
Where's
all of him is gone?
Where's the other one?
Retreated.
Oh shit! Oh no!
Jeff Goldblum gets up and begins clapping.
Was it
What did I? Oh fuck! I'll just immediately like
no?
cut myself open and hold it out to him.
No.
You're bleeding out.
No.
It'll help.
I prefer to heal my wounds the old-fashioned way. Taco Bell and whiskey.
And he like sort of like folds up, and he's on his like haunches, like kind of beside you now. He's like gathered himself.
Was it worth it?
He's like looking off to the side.
No,
I'm not talking about asshole us. He puts an arm around you and like he pulls you in for a hug. It's gonna be okay.
No, you don't. You don't.
No.
I took her from you.
Yeah, I know. And that's why it's gonna be okay.
He plunges a stake into your heart.
I don't fight.
Like he kind of like, you see it slipping down out of his cuff, and just bam.
my little guy.
You took.
He stands up.
Oh boy.
Everything from me. I'm going to take it all from you. I know you can hear me right now. I know you can hear me.
The tears are still rolling.
He's got tears pouring down his face too. I'm gonna take it all. Everything you ever loved. The only thing you're gonna have left are the memories I let you keep, just so they torture you. Like I've been tortured. Sweet dreams.
I will murder this guy.
Oh,
Jaq
fuck.
finds a sopping wet, like soggy Ashley in her clothes and stuff. She didn't properly dry off to put on, laying face down in the hallway, halfway between the spa and the arena. Her vitae pooling. It's almost like a slime, all kind of emanating around her head.
Okay.
Jaq
Wow.
gets down on their knees next to Ashley and is gonna just kind of prop her body up against a wall, and they're gonna start cleaning the vitae off with their sleeve, and they're gonna do their best to try to assess what's going on.
So you roll Ashley over, and this is where we get the dramatic reveal of the missing eye and just the like sort of exploded vitae ichor, like just smeared on her face, right? You can't check for a pulse with a kindred. No heartbeat, no nothing. You just kind of have to hope that it's a light torpor.
All right. Okay, come on. You're okay. You're okay.
You could always offer her some blood to try to pull her out of it sooner, but as the thought almost passes your mind, she'll be all right.
That ain't what I'm worried about. And Jaq cuts open their palm and feeds Ashley some of their blood.
Tell us the story, and sort of like emanating over, just in voiceover mode, we get the story Jaq was telling. The static man. I'm sorry, Mr. Grimm.
Mr. Grimm.
As this all was going down.
There are some legends in New Orleans and Louisiana and the swamplands about the faux filet. They overlap with where you're from. You call them will-o'-the-wisps. The faux filet are found in the swamplands, in the bayou, in the dark parts. They blink in and out. Some people say they're malevolent spirits. Some people say that they're the ghosts of dead loved ones trying to get you to join them. They lead you to the corners of the swamp that nobody should ever be a part of, that nobody should ever go to, and they leave you there, lost and alone. But my favorite version is when they're playful. They just want you to see what they see. They want you to keep them company for a little while, and they keep you company all the same. They ain't evil. They ain't sinister. They just want to dance with you. And if you dance with them, don't get hurt.
And we'll call it there. So, thank y'all for joining us tonight in this episode of Endless Elegy. Sorry for the technical issues at the very beginning, but I hope it was worth the wait. As my coterie members here gather their brains, eyeball ichor and stuff, I would like for them to do their spiel. Anne, sorry, Sasha is busy in bliss. Who are you? Who you been? How can people find
Right. I'm Anne. I was Sasha. So much for the short-lived Diablerie celebration. I finally did it, y'all.
You joined
Well,
the
to be
ranks
fair,
of
first one-
Diablerie.
Look, it was 2 years in the making. Let's be real. It was only a matter of time before she Diablerized the bitch. Wow. My brain. Okay, find me on Bluesky at thegirlwonder.bsky.social, and I'll yell about stuff over there. You got to scroll past the politically charged content, but I swear I'm not always miserable on social media. What am I announcing? I'm playing D&D next week. That is a future me announcement. Yeah, come talk to me on Bluesky so I'm not always miserable and sad.
Speaking of coming and talking to them, how's it going? How's it going, Michael? See, I could miserable and lonely, but Mr. Merchant. Mike.
Hi. What? Hello. Who?
You?
I think I'm Michael. I definitely was a Rory. Might be a different Rory. I don't know
You're
yet.
still
Oops,
Rory.
all Rory.
Just a snake to the heart. This
You're-
isn't Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It just basically paralyzes you if you're not familiar with it.
Oh, I
Yeah,
know.
You'll fight
You're
that guy,
fine.
though.
You're okay,
Yeah.
buddy.
Emotionally,
I gotta get
I'm
unstuck.
gonna be-
and you got to do a contest to see who gets. He might possess you. See, yeah.
Mm. Ooh.
Yeah.
While you're
But-
tortured.
Oh.
Yeah, I did a Diablerie. It happened.
Welcome to the
course.
team.
It was me that I ate, which is
Do you gain any benefit from Diablerizing yourself, though? I feel like if
that's like a
you know,
whole
like-
separate.
Well,
can
we'll
of
find
worms.
out.
Like it's one thing when you Diablerize like
Agree.
Joe Blow vampire down the street, but when you suck in the soul of yourself, that seems
you just have
like a
two
whole
souls?
other
Just-
level.
I just want you to know, I want to start the next adventure. Everyone in the coterie, I'm sorry. I want to start the next adventure in like classic, like 1980s, like my most David Lynchian possible of Rory running down a hall that just keeps getting longer. Like the torment.
Keep running up that hill.
That yeah, good tune. Definitely playing in the background. Like the placebo version of it, or never mind. I just imagine him the fucking hell of a dreamscape that he must be seeing whilst he's like in a pseudo torpor like state and like absorbing his own soul. Like what torment? And I just want to I might actually write a narrative, which I don't often do because they seem way more self-indulgent these days. But I might write a little blurb of Rory's torment. It's so wonderful.
Juicy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But internet, Sub-Zero Jalapeno, at me. Tell me I made bad decisions. Tell me I made good decisions. I don't know what I did. Were decisions.
I really thought
Repercussions.
Sasha was going to be the one in torpor.
There's two of us.
So speaking of in torpor, Ashley.
Hi,
That was a
everyone.
good segue.
Hi, everyone. I've been Ashley Dame, your
undisputed lesbian Ventru Primogen of Chicago. There's a lot of words adding there now.
Yeah, I like that you just keep adding stuff. It's great.
Keep adding things.
Yeah, that's great.
You can find me everywhere on the internet at Shelly Von Miller. Ashley's in Torpor, baby. Well, maybe not for long. And Ashley might be coming in with some new powers. With that little blood taste.
And speaking of new powers,
the fucking worst idea on the island.
Jaq, I think so far is top 3 worst ideas on the island, or at least in the top 5 worst ideas on the island, including but not limited to looking in the spooky, scary well immediately and getting separated from the group to look in the spooky, scary well. Taking the weird compact mirror from the fuck room and then just letting Mr. Grimm into their head. So I think that those 3 decisions are floating somewhere in the top 5 of bad decisions made on the island.
It'd be amazing if you had 3 out of 5 of them, right? Like you're just like bang, bang, bang. Like, yeah.
Jaq's got a checklist. So, hi
Make
everybody.
friends, get power.
Yeah, like, honestly, their main motivations are making friends and getting power, and Mr. Grimm is both a friend and somebody who gives them power, so they're having a great time. So, I am Elle. You can find me at Sapphic Soulful or at Soulful Sapphic on the social medias. This week, I am doing D&D on Monday on Bardic Inspiration Network, and very exciting, let me double check the time, because God, I am blind with time. We have the premiere of
ADHD.
We have the premiere of a new Monster Heart show on Lantern Light Adventures. Appetites, a Monster Hearts actual play, will be premiering on May 6th, 2025. That is this coming up Tuesday. It is The Menu Meets the Bear Meets Buffy. So if you have any interest in The Menu Meets the Bear Meets Buffy, please come check us out. We are going to be Lantern Light Adventures, 6 to 9 PST. Which, what is the conversion for that? I think that is 9 to 12 EST, 8 to 11 Central.
Oh, the important one. Thank you.
Yes, we are going to have a great time. I am playing a witch who is really just having the okayest time in the world. They are sopping wet and pathetic.
Love that.
See, I could have a great transition there to Shelly. Sopping wet.
Oh yeah, you could.
All right.
But yeah, we've got new series premiering this Tuesday. Please come check us out. We're very excited to spin a little tale for you of just a bunch of monsters working in a restaurant, stumbling ass backwards over themselves.
So
speaking of stumbling, damn it.
Yeah, no. Speaking of being excited about monsters and stumbling ass backwards, hello. I am Andrew, or the Magical Mr. Mephisto. If you're not into that whole brevity thing, I stream here on Twitch at Mr_Mephisto, and you can find me on Bluesky and Twitter at Mephisto Mori. And I want you to know there would be an after credit scene of this episode of like Ambrose doing the slow clap, basically, like just. Like totally psyched for what he has just seen. And I'm your resident spooky kid. I have been working my way through all of the Resident Evils over on my channel. I just finished 5 for the second time. I played through it twice. I had to get Infinite Magnum, okay? Like I had to do it. So that means Resident Evil 6 tomorrow. Resident Evil 5 is the worst one, by the way. I hate it so much. Well, I don't hate it. It's the worst one.
Hate it so much. 6, you played it twice.
I start 6 tomorrow, and then I mean, I always play spooky games if you want that, and I always tell spooky stories. So yeah, follow me and follow all these fantastic, awesome players who were excellent sports this evening. This was a heavy one, and they.
I'm
They
so
just-
fucking stressed about Rory, dude.
This
It's
is-
not even funny.
Wait till Sasha finds
I
out.
can't wait until next week because reveals will occur, nightmares will happen, powers will be granted, and yeah. But enough about that. I think this is the time where I say thank you so much for being with us. You're not chat gang, but chat gang's a state of mind, so of course you are. Thank you so much for being with us tonight, everybody. You're the reason we do this thing. Remember to drink your milk, pay your taxes, and be excellent to yourselves and each other, and we will catch you next time. Peace. It's weird to do my sign.